first blood.
We're heading into Week 2 of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring as the top 12 spots are starting to take shape. Thailand has settled into form. The experimentation phase is over. They are now in full control. Any sparks from the rising teams were quickly snuffed out. All 5 Thai representatives have secured places in the top 12. An unmistakable statement that this year's race belongs to Thailand. Thailand, the kings of Southeast Asia, enter this competition with the aura of a reigning champion. Reaching the top 12 is no longer an objective, but an expectation.
Borneo United will get that booyah because of great.
คืออะไร32ว่าที่1แล้วกันผมราชาเก็บแต้มอยู่แล้ว
The race for the top spot may soon see no other region represented. With 4 Thai teams, Team Falcons, AG Global, Buriram United Esports, and Twisted Minds taking control.
มีความในใจอยากจะบอกบุรีรัมย์ครับอยากยิงหัวโจ้นะจัดเลยรอบเนี้ย
However, it's not only the top contenders. Avita, a newcomer with the makings of a dark horse. They didn't come here just to survive, but to prove themselves among the elite.
เพราะว่าเพิ่งได้ขึ้นมาเนี่ยครับแต่ก็อย่าประมาทพวกผมครับพวกผมเอาจริงครับ
And when Thailand turn it on, anyone in their path can become the next to be wiped out of the top 12.
คิดว่าทีมที่จะตกรอบน่าจะเป็นทีมออร่าครับเพราะแบบเป็นน้องใหม่ยังไม่รู้ฝีมือ
ขอให้เป็น RQ แล้วนะครับขอให้เขาแบบว่าไปก่อนเลยจะได้เล่นง่ายๆ
Indonesia had a forgettable week, with giants like RRQ and EVOS looking unusually quiet.
Karena kurang adaptasi aja sih, sama ya kurang berpengalaman dari player-player lainnya.
Ya kurang introspeksi diri sendiri aja.
Is it a slow start, or are they waiting for the right moment to break through?
Kalau top 1 nanti kebaca gameplaynya.
On the road to the top 12, Vietnam remains a difficult opponent, consistently applying pressure on the Indonesian representatives.
Buat tim Vietnam mau lolos apa nggak lolos ya mending lu nggak usah lolos soalnya kan lu main di negara lu sendiri ya. Jadi saran gua mending lu nonton aja.
Vietnam, a region that exploded in the early stages.
Cái lớp này chắc là lớp mạnh nhất của Gao từ trước này.
Gao có khả năng tầm 60% để vô địch giải C năm nay.
Amid such intense competition, can they find the strength to bounce back?
Việc team em trùng khu khá nhiều nên cái lượng điểm thu thập được là không đủ để vào top 12.
Even so, for the Vietnamese representatives, missing out on the top 12 remains unthinkable.
Cái đó thì em không nghĩ tới bởi vì line-up mùa này em khá là tự tin.
Động lực của em đến từ sự thất bại của mùa giải trước. Đó là một khoảng thời gian tồi tệ và rất dài đối với em. Nên là mùa giải năm nay em phải cố gắng.
Vietnam's goal is not just to stay in the race, but to push as many opponents out of it as possible. While other regions are battling for every top 12 spot, no one seems to notice that Malaysia is closing in. Aurora and Anyone Can Dream move like silent assassins, waiting for the fight and striking at the perfect moment.
Target kita orang nak lepas ke Vietnam lagi supaya dapat rasa macam dulu. Kita orang dah training lama, maybe tinggal kita orang layak untuk pergi final 8 lah macam tu lah. Top 8 lah.
The race for the top 12 is nearing its end. Who will be left behind? Tune in to Week 2 to find out.
Dante said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
Week 1 came to an end, and the battlefield of FFWS 2026 Spring had begun to take shape. Thailand rose to dominate the standings, claiming the entire top 4. 2 Team of the Day titles belong to Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. Team Falcons charge forward like a machine of destruction, the only team to break the 200-point mark with 4 dominant booyahs. AG doesn't need booyahs. They hunt eliminations, apply pressure, and hold firmly at top 2 as a warning to everyone.
Now he might get a 4th one here, and Han goes down! Cypher takes them all out!
Buriram United had a slow start, but Kings always know when to accelerate.
Through all of those players, dig way down on the ground, and Buriram coming in here to finish them off one after the other. Demon can't do much. It's a 4v1, and Moshi finally puts an end to that.
The class of the defending champions never truly fades. Indonesia became the stage of shocking upsets. Giants are falling. Even the EWC defending champions managed only 10 points on day 3, dropping all the way to top 18, an unbelievable collapse.
He gets knocked out as well. There goes Evo's 12th place, bottom 3, 3rd game in a row.
But inside that chaos, a new generation is rising. Onyx, Bigatron, bold, explosive, fearless.
Wasana wide Bigatron with a back-to-back booyah!
Vietnam once started in flames, 3 booyahs. And Gao claimed Team of the Day 1, but that fire quickly began to slow down. Team Flash and WAG are still fighting to keep the hope alive.
Flash can't find the finisher just yet. They try to break through the glue wall. Barros panics, and he does not pick up Nameless, misses the opportunity, and Flash overwhelms AG Global.
While Heavy, P Esports, and even Gao themselves are starting to fall behind. And Malaysia, no longer the free points many expected them to be. They are more resilient, more proactive, more dangerous. And now, they are closing in on top 12, waiting for the perfect moment to break through. Week 2. The battle for the top 12 will be more brutal than ever. We're no longer just playing for points. We're fighting to secure the best possible chance, to claim a ticket to the grand finals. Who will rise? Who will fall? Find out in Week 2 of FFW.
おい！それスノボじゃなくて人体だから。それにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから。
あが、これぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
銀ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し出して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
え、皆さん、それって銃？
逃げるぞ、カグラ。開発チームから聞かされてねえよ。
しつこい男は嫌
話してやってくんねえかサダール。そいつは新八じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか？ケリーさん本当にごめんなさい。
さて行き先は？
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
We're heading into Week 2 of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring as the top 12 spots are starting to take shape. Thailand has settled into form. The experimentation phase is over. They are now in full control. Any sparks from the rising teams were quickly snuffed out. All 5 Thai representatives have secured places in the top 12. An unmistakable statement that this year's race belongs to Thailand. Thailand, the kings of Southeast Asia, enter this competition with the aura of a reigning champion. Reaching the top 12 is no longer an objective, but an expectation.
Borderam United will get that booyah because of great.
คืออะไรตอน12ว่าที่1แล้วกันผมราชาเก็บแต้มอยู่แล้ว
The race for the top spot may soon see no other region represented. With 4 Thai teams, Team Falcons, AG Global, Buriram United Esports, and Twisted Minds taking control.
มีความในใจอยากจะบอกบุรีรัมย์ครับอยากยิงหัวโจนะจัดเลยรอบเนี้ย
However, it's not only the top contenders. Avita, a newcomer with the makings of a dark horse. They didn't come here just to survive, but to prove themselves among the elite.
เพราะว่าเพิ่งได้ขึ้นมาเนี่ยครับแต่ก็อย่าประมาทผมครับผมเอาจริงครับ
And when Thailand turn it on, anyone in their path can become the next to be wiped out of the top 12.
คิดว่าทีมที่จะตกรอบน่าจะเป็นทีมออร่าครับเพราะแบบเป็นน้องใหม่ยังไม่รู้ฝีมือ
ขอให้เป็น RQ แล้วนะครับขอให้เขาแบบว่าไปก่อนเลยจะได้ง่ายๆ
Indonesia had a forgettable week, with giants like RRQ and EVOS looking unusually quiet.
Karena kurang adaptasi aja sih, sama ya kurang berpengalaman dari player-player lainnya.
Ya kurang introspeksi diri sendiri aja lagi.
Is it a slow start, or are they waiting for the right moment to break through?
Kalau top 1 nanti kebaca gameplaynya.
On the road to the top 12, Vietnam remains a difficult opponent, consistently applying pressure on the Indonesian representatives.
Buat tim Vietnam mau lolos apa nggak lolos ya mending lu nggak usah lolos, soalnya kan lu main di negara lu sendiri ya. Jadi saran gua mending lu nonton aja.
Vietnam, a region that exploded in the early stages.
Cái lớp này chắc là lớp mạnh nhất của Gao từ trước này.
Gao có khả năng tầm 60% để vô địch giải C năm nay.
Amid such intense competition, can they find the strength to bounce back?
Việc team em trùng khu khá nhiều nên cái lượng điểm thu thập được là không đủ để vào top 12.
Even so, for the Vietnamese representatives, missing out on the top 12 remains unthinkable.
Cái đó thì em không nghĩ tới, bởi vì line-up mùa này em khá là tự tin. Động lực của em đến từ sự thất bại của mùa giải trước. Đó là một khoảng thời gian tồi tệ và rất dài đối với em, nên là mùa giải năm nay em phải cố gắng.
Vietnam's goal is not just to stay in the race, but to push as many opponents out of it as possible. While other regions are battling for every top 12 spot, no one seems to notice that Malaysia is closing in. Aurora and Anyone Can Dream move like silent assassins, waiting for the fight and striking at the perfect moment.
Target kita orang nak lepas ke Vietnam lagi supaya dapat rasa macam dulu. Kita orang dah training lama, maybe tengok kita orang layak untuk pergi final 8 lah macam tu lah. Top 8 lah.
The race for the top 12 is nearing its end. Who will be left behind? Tune in to week 2 to find out.
Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
Week 1 came to an end, and the battlefield of FFWS 2026 Spring had begun to take shape. Thailand rose to dominate the standings, claiming the entire top 4. 2 Team of the Day titles belong to Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. Team Falcons charge forward like a machine of destruction, the only team to break the 200-point mark with 4 dominant booyahs. AG doesn't need booyahs. They hunt eliminations, apply pressure, and hold firmly at top 2 as a warning to everyone.
Now he might get a 4th one here, and Han goes down! Cypher takes them all out!
Buriram United had a slow start, but Kings always know when to accelerate.
Through all of those players, dig way down on the ground, and put it on coming in here to finish them off one after the other. Demon can't do much. It's a 4v1, and Moshi finally puts an end to that.
The class of the defending champions never truly fades. Indonesia became the stage of shocking upsets. Giants are falling. Even the EWC defending champions managed only 10 points on day 3, dropping all the way to top 18, an unbelievable collapse.
They get smacked out as well. There goes Evo's 12th place, bottom 3, 3rd game in a row.
but inside that chaos, a new generation is rising. Onyx, Bigatron, bold, explosive, fearless.
Bigatron with a back-to-back booyah!
Vietnam once started in flames, 3 booyahs. And Gao claimed Team of the Day 1, but that fire quickly began to slow down. Team Flash and WAG are still fighting to keep the hope alive.
Flash can't find the finisher just yet. They try to break through the glue wall. Barros panic, and he does not pick up Nameless, misses the opportunity, and Flash overwhelms AG Global.
While Heavy, P Esports, and even Gao themselves are starting to fall behind. And Malaysia, no longer the free points many expected them to be. They are more resilient, more proactive, more dangerous. And now, they are closing in on top 12, waiting for the perfect moment to break through. Week 2. The battle for the top 12 will be more brutal than ever. We're no longer just playing for points. We're fighting to secure the best possible chance, to claim a ticket to the grand finals. Who will rise? Who will fall? Find out in Week 2 of FFWS.
おい！それスノボじゃなくて人体だから。それにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから。
バカ！これぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
金ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し足して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
え、皆さん、それって銃？
逃げるぞカグラ。開幕チームから聞かされてねえよ。
しつこい男は嫌いやろ。
アームストロング最高です。アームストロング。なんでこんなとこにまで。
話でやってくんねえかサダール。そいつは新橋じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか？ケリーさん本当にごめんなさい。
さて行き先は？
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
2 of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring as the top 12 spots are starting to take shape. Thailand has settled into form. The experimentation phase is over. They are now in full control. Any sparks from the rising teams were quickly snuffed out. All 5 Thai representatives have secured places in the top 12. An unmistakable statement that this year's race belongs to Thailand. Thailand, the kings of Southeast Asia, enter this competition with the aura of a reigning champion. Reaching the top 12 is no longer an objective, but an expectation.
Buriram United will get that booyah because of great.
คืออะไรท็อป12ว่าที่1แล้วกันผมราชาเก็บแต้มอยู่แล้ว
The race for the top spot may soon see no other region represented. With 4 Thai teams, Team Falcons, AG Global, Buriram United Esports, and Twisted Minds taking control.
มีความในใจอยากจะบอกบุรีรัมย์ครับอยากยิงหัวโจนะจัดเลยรอบเนี้ย
However, it's not only the top contenders. Avita, a newcomer with the makings of a dark horse. They didn't come here just to survive, but to prove themselves among the elite.
เพราะว่าเพิ่งได้ขึ้นมาเนี่ยครับแต่ก็อย่าประมาทผมครับผมเอาจริงครับ
And when Thailand turn it on, anyone in their path can become the next to be wiped out of the top 12.
คิดว่าทีมที่จะตกรอบน่าจะเป็นทีมออร่าครับเพราะแบบเป็นน้องใหม่ยังไม่รู้ฝีมือ
ขอให้เป็น RQ แล้วกันครับขอให้เขาแบบว่าไปก่อนเลยจะได้เล่นง่ายๆ
Indonesia had a forgettable week, with giants like RRQ and EVOS looking unusually quiet.
Karena kurang adaptasi aja sih, sama ya kurang berpengalaman dari player-player lainnya.
Ya kurang introspeksi diri sendiri aja lagi.
Is it a slow start, or are they waiting for the right moment to break through?
Kalau top 1 nanti kebaca gameplaynya.
On the road to the top 12, Vietnam remains a difficult opponent, consistently applying pressure on the Indonesian representatives.
Buat tim Vietnam mau lolos apa nggak lolos ya mending lu nggak usah lolos soalnya kan lu main di negara lu sendiri ya. Jadi saran gua mending lu nonton aja.
Vietnam, a region that exploded in the early stages.
Cái lớp này chắc là lớp mạnh nhất của Gao từ trước này.
Gao có khả năng tầm 60% để vô địch giải C năm nay.
Amid such intense competition, can they find the strength to bounce back?
Việc team em trùng khu khá nhiều nên cái lượng điểm thu thập được là không đủ để vào top 12.
Even so, for the Vietnamese representatives, missing out on the top 12 remains unthinkable.
Cái đó thì em không nghĩ tới, bởi vì line-up mùa này em khá là tự tin. Động lực của em đến từ sự thất bại của mùa giải trước. Đó là một khoảng thời gian tồi tệ và rất dài đối với em, nên là mùa giải năm nay em phải cố gắng.
Vietnam's goal is not just to stay in the race, but to push as many opponents out of it as possible. While other regions are battling for every top 12 spot, no one seems to notice that Malaysia is closing in. Aurora and Anyone Can Dream move like silent assassins, waiting for the fight and striking at the perfect moment.
Target kita orang nak lepas ke Vietnam lagi supaya dapat rasa macam dulu. Kita orang dah training lama, maybe tengok kita orang layak untuk pergi final 8 lah macam tu lah. Top 8 lah.
The race for the top 12 is nearing its end. Who will be left behind? Tune in to week 2 to find out.
Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
Week 1 came to an end, and the battlefield of FFWS 2026 Spring had begun to take shape. Thailand rose to dominate the standings, claiming the entire top 4. 2 Team of the Day titles belong to Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. Team Falcons charge forward like a machine of destruction, the only team to break the 200-point mark with 4 dominant booyahs. AG doesn't need booyahs. They hunt eliminations, apply pressure, and hold firmly at top 2 as a warning to everyone.
And now he might get a 4th one here, and Han goes down! Cypher takes them all out!
Buriram United had a slow start, but Kings always know when to accelerate.
Through all of those players, dig way down on the ground, and put it on coming in here to finish them off one after the other. Demon can't do much. It's a 4v1, and Moshi finally puts an end to that.
The class of the defending champions never truly fades.
Running down those blue walls, and that removes RRQ from the equation. What a decision made here by the Vietnamese squad. BE secure. Still up on his feet. On fire drops him. One final player from the side of Twisted Minds. 3v1. Make that 3v0. Falcons, your back-to-back Clash Squad and Battle Royale champions, the dominators of Thailand.
Represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again, light it up. Represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again, light it up. Let it drop. Let it drop. Let it drop.
Hello there, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. We're back for another week of Free Fire and also our final play week for Phase 1, because starting next week, we're going to be going right into Phase 2. So to conclude this wonderful week, of course, we do have to introduce my wonderful co-caster for today. I have Gideon with me. That's going to be my co-caster, my partner in crime, especially for today's games, because I think we're going to be starting pretty hot. You know, teams are already getting a feel of where they are currently fielding in the competition. Some have goals, some have big goals, some have very small goals, but ultimately the goal for this weekend is to actually stay in the tournament, right, Gideon?
Yep, making it into the top 12 and securing at least an early spot within those top 12s makes Phase 2 a lot easier to actually deal with here. With the new format changes, I think a lot of teams who like to start slow or start really, really hard at the beginning have benefits and their own disadvantages, because they're all playing for some big money. 100,000 for the champion, half of that for the second place, and not even half of second place for third, so every placement matters.
Every placement matters. We've seen in past tournaments that, unfortunately, if you do play too slow, it can come back to bite you in the bum, as you said, Gideon. So let's hope everyone's able to sort of play where they want to this week. Unfortunately, it's just the name of the competition, right? You can only really have several winners, and everyone else is left really picking up the final pieces of the pie. Now, we do have a tournament timeline in case you haven't really been keeping up with the tournament so far. We are still in phase 1, but we are currently in week 2, and this is the last week that we're going to have for phase 1 before we go right into phase 2, and that's when things start to get really, really dicey, especially for teams that are basically sitting towards the bottom of the bracket. Now, in case you're wondering when the grand finals are going to be, mark your calendars, 30th of May and 31st of May. We have Point Rush happening on the 30th, and then Champions Rush will be happening on the 31st. So if you need to, make sure it's on your calendar so you know when the grand finale is going to be happening. Gideon, we do have our tournament format as well. So could you kind of walk us through the tournament format for anyone that might have been, you know, not able to catch up with Larkspeed's games?
No worries. Starting off with the knockout stage, it consists of 2 phases. In phase 1, all of our teams are going to be broken up into 3 groups. Out of those, in week number 1, we're expecting them to play as hard as they can to get into top 12. Once we start getting into phase 2 from week 1 and 2 onwards, only top 2 teams of each of the days will get to move on. So out of our 18 teams from that pool, we'll eventually turn it into 3 groups. In the first week 1 and week 2, it's just replacements, and then in week number 2 is when we look at the top 12 teams, take 2 of those teams every single day until we get to the very end, where we will only nominate the top 6 at the very last day of week number 4 to secure our grand finalists. The whole purpose of this, of week number 2, is just to get the next 12 to move on. And keep in mind, if you're not in that 12 and anywhere below that, you're gonna have to wait until those days pass by so that you have an opportunity to try and qualify for the top. And that's just the knockout stage phase 2, man. It is not an easy tournament, especially if you don't qualify well in the first week 1 and week 2 for those phases, because 13th and 14th, 15th, 16th are going to get picked up every single time. And keep in mind, it's a total of 18 teams, so 2 teams are immediately eliminated right at the beginning of phase 1.
Yeah, so really, really tense. Although thankfully, I think the teams are kind of thinking like, okay, we're not quite there yet, but teams at the bottom of the bracket right now, I think you'd have to be a little bit concerned, right? Because this is your last play week. Essentially, each group only gets 2 play days as well. So if you're not where you want to be, if you're not in the top 12 at the end of this week, you know, it's a competition, you know, not everything is going to be fair. So with the point system, pretty standard Free Fire rules across the board as well. A single point for every elimination, and of course placement points depending on where you end up per round. And just a quick reminder, in case anyone has not been following Free Fire as of late for the esports scene, we still have the 1 unique active skill rule set in as well. So essentially, if it's been 2 years since the last time you watched Free Fire, every single player has to run a unique active skill. Gone are the days where you were able to basically run an entire lineup of Tatsuya dashes. Nope, we've got something different for everybody on the team. And so far it's been really good for the esports scene too. We've seen a lot of variety in skill sets, and it also impacts the way that teams play.
It really does. It really has kind of changed the way that you should be looking at the competitive scene for Free Fire. But let's not forget about Point Rush. We have Point Rush and Champion Rush. So don't worry, the Champion Rush format hasn't gone away. We didn't throw it away just yet, but it's been a good system. But we're going to temper it a little bit with the help of Point Rush, because bonus points will be added just before we get into the Champion Rush to give our teams just a little bit of a head start to incentivize things to get started during the Champion Rush.
Yes, so we won't worry about this yet. Okay, this is much later in the tournament. We don't have Champions Rush yet. So we're going to be running our standard rule sets for our games for today. So just the eliminations and just the placement points as well, because really everyone's just trying to farm up their points. Gideon, so today's lineup, in case anyone did not know for our groupings, we're going to be watching Group B and C today. So we're not going to be starting with the usual A and B. We are changing things up a little bit, which means we are going to be starting with some two very, very highly contested groups. Arguably, okay, I don't know about you, Gideon, but I feel like if you put B and C together, this is essentially the strongest grouping you can get. Do you agree? Do you disagree?
Well, initially I thought that maybe Group A was probably going to make this, between A and C was going to lean in a lot harder, but B has definitely shown up to be a lot more consistent. Buriram also isn't trying to get major points until absolutely necessary, and I think on first look, I thought it was A and C. I didn't think it would be B and C yet, but Avita has really made this Group B really interesting. They did well in their first couple of days. Obviously, their second day not too great, but that should be expected from most teams. Their second days haven't been that great.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of changes from our teams coming into this week as well, because there were some teams in these groups that had disappointing performances, I think, to say the least. Namely, and I know I mentioned this quite a lot last week, EVOS Divine, currently sitting towards, essentially, I think are they last? They're towards the bottom of the bracket at least. Hang on, I got the stats.
Yes.
So they are unfortunately dead last in 18th place with 64 points. Now, it's not to say that they can't get out of bottom 6, but it's not a great start. They only have 2 days to fix their problem.
And they're going to have to score some major points here. They have to at least get 60 and above if they want to even at least contest for that top 12 spot, and even then, it's not really up to them. Now let's look at the game schedule. Of course, game 1, we're going to be starting off on Nexterra and ending the day with our random map. Keep in mind that all the maps are going to be randomly generated patterns every single day, so you're not going to get the same sets of maps in the exact same order every time.
Yeah, and we've seen last week as well, obviously map order, or basically maps in general, do play into favor for certain teams. So if you are having a horrible week last week and you're essentially playing catch up, you're kind of praying you don't have your weak maps to start the day, because we've all seen it, and especially last week as well, teams that tend to not do well in their first couple games, it does influence their play style later in the tournament.
Yeah, it's a matter of momentum, right? In a lot of Battle Royale shooters, especially, you know, FPSs just in general, you're looking to get that first initial knockdown, that first initial elimination, to tell yourself, like, yeah, it's another day in the office, it feels exactly the same way, and that mentality usually carries them for the next 3 games or so. I don't want to say that they have the best day in the world, because last year definitely put a big split. After every 3 games, we're expected to see somebody else actually take the podium finish, and it spices things up every single time. So a lot to predict here.
No, there really is a lot to predict. Not just predicting, but I think like everyone kind of thinking ahead as well, getting ready for the next phase of the tournament, right? It's like, it's not just phase 1 you have to worry about, you now also have to consider like phase 2. Did you maybe reveal too much during phase 1? Because, okay, I don't know about you, Gideon. I think we did have quite a few standout teams, especially during their second round of matches last week. Can they keep that up? Okay, I think I have to mention very quickly, ACD from Group C surprised both Neptune and I on their match on Sunday. They really struggled originally when the tournament kicked off, especially on day number 1, but their day 2, they came back, and they came back kicking. And I want to see this team continue that kickback coming into week 2, but can they? Because everyone's had a week off. Everyone's had a week to go back and watch the VODs, to see everyone's rotational patterns, to see where they're going to be changing their playstyles for this week. The teams that suddenly have these stand-up performances last week, like how are they going to adapt coming into week 2? Especially up against these veteran teams who've done this so many times. Like, I think every team does have a particular way that they play these multi-day tournaments. Some taking it, as you said earlier in the broadcast, a little bit slow at the beginning and then kind of ramping things up. And then you have other teams that just go all in on their first couple games, which I think if we have to highlight 2 teams that did this, Team Falcons and AG Global, right? Like these 2 teams just went all out in their games last week, and it's paid off. They're sitting in 1st and 2nd place.
Yeah, they came in with a refined game plan. They also made sure that they adapted after their first initial game day, right? I think that you can tell based on the scoreboards that from days 1 to day 2 for a majority of teams, if they're starting out hot, the second part of the second day that they play within the week, they get a little bit weaker, especially if you're from Vietnam. I think there was a lot of adaptations happening in that week alone, so it's tough to say. I want to agree that Falcons and Onyx can keep up the performance, and even AG Global. I have less doubts for Team Falcons in All Gamers Global. They ended 100-day points on their second match of that week. Onyx, same thing, except their first day was 56. So the only concern is whether or not the adaptation is going to be good enough to maintain that triple-digit point score by the end of their game days, rather than having to just keep on chasing people who have new plans. And the people who I think are most likely going to have a new plan to the day, GOW, Avida, I would make an argument for Flash as well, because it feels like they were on the cusp of something but couldn't figure it out. But they were getting there. They were getting a lot of stuff. Heavy, another name that I want to mention as well, might be part of that list into changing their game plans today. Some are playing, some are obviously not playing, but it's something to keep an eye out for the rest of the week.
Yeah, I think we also have to make a quick mention of Rasia and the gang. EVOS have got to change something up, especially after what's happened last week. Like, just a quick recap for points for EVOS last week. For their first play day, they got 54 points, which is fine, but it's not the best. I kind of feel like for a top tier team, especially in the tournament, you kind of want to average at about 70-ish points. Like, if you sit at 70, 80, you're good. But they got 54. Second play day, absolute disaster. I don't think I've ever seen EVOS end with this many points in a single play day. 10 points in 6 games.
Yeah.
10 points. It's those numbers are basically unheard of for this team. So they got to change things up a little bit. If you want a 100 point a day, I think it's EVOS Divine that's kind of looking for that 100 points today. The only problem is the competition's stiff. Like, Falcons and AG look fantastic. You have Buriram sitting at the top of the bracket as well. You have to always be worried about Buriram too. There's a lot of things that are really at risk for a lot of our competitors today.
Exactly, and especially with the competitors who move like a walking wall, right? They just push you back deeper and deeper into the corners and take a lot of the zones, which is a very frustrating playstyle to have, but also one of which that a lot of these teams are going to have to figure out. Either you give it up, or you just start playing for the revive streaks, which we saw a lot during week 1. We saw a lot of teams not be able to find that initial footing during that mid game because of how aggressive the early game is. I wonder if week 2 is going to change that, and we're going to see teams actually, especially for those who have the points, take one step backwards and just play to hold their ground rather than proactively taking these early trades.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really pushing our top performing teams to go all out again today, I suppose, because their positions are kind of confirmed. It's really the bottom 6, and hang on, let me have a look at the numbers real quick. Okay, so I think the positions that are at risk, at most risk of being lost, is probably 10 onwards. So GOW is going to be at risk. RRQ Kazu's possibly going to lose their position heavy as well. I don't want to say Avida, Flash, and Bigatron are safe. I do think they can lose their spots as well, but I think it would have to be a pretty big blunder for these teams in their play weeks to kind of ruin their position. So Gideon, I think it's time to hop into game number 1 here. We're flying into Next Terra for game number 1. Let's see who's going to secure that booyah and who these points are going to go to. Will it be our Titans sitting at the top of the bracket, or are we going to see these points go to a team that is in desperate need of them?
One way to find out, and we're going to see what flavor of the day we're going to get here in the City of the Future, Next Terra. Let's jump right into it and quickly look at the flight path. Neutral flight path, slight skew, but honestly not a big deal. Intellect Center cuts right in between, and everything should have plenty of access. A lot of early jumps here. Wasn't expecting EVOS to jump so quickly into Grab Labs. Thought they might wait some time, but that's fine, that's fine. Let's see how they play from here.
I think the whole purpose of this, especially after last week, I think EVOS are just trying to guarantee their early game, because that was the issue for EVOS last week. Basically being one of the first 3 teams to be eliminated every round. Some of them were justified, others were they just left me with my head scratching. But we do have RRQ and Avida dropping into the same place at the exact same time, with both Duke and 18 Deer hitting the floor already. This leaves Abai and Ma'al to hold the fort, but Abai, you can see him wanting to get away to revive his teammates, and well, Avida playing it safe, they decide to back up instead. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Focusing more on the loot.
Well, I think the important thing is about how that first interaction came, right? 4 people dropped on the same spot, 2 people from RRQ, and obviously Dutz was at a bit of an off angle, and 1 more was way further back, right? The first 2 initially already died. It's a matter of loot. Yep, and this is what I'm talking about. It's a matter of loot. The Micro Uzis are good in these early engagements, and Avita have been abusing this early game of just dropping down 4 people, gunning down 1 or 2, and then dispersing, looking for loot, and then hopefully, ideally punishing the team that they first dropped on. And they've been doing this consistently since last week. They look for these Indonesian teams, they jump them. Vietnamese teams, doesn't matter, they jump them.
Well, I just saw Dut's being taken out of the map as well. We actually don't know how many players are left on the side of RRQ because Dut's was revived by Arbai. So if Arbai goes down and if there's no more revives, RRQ might already be taken right out of the bat. Arbai goes down and that's going to be it. But it looks like RRQ is still in the running. So they still have 1 more player on the map. But darn, they are going to have a rough early game.
It is going to be a bit of a rough early game, especially when Vita's on the opposite side. I did see the RRQ members just at the corner of the mini-map get revived, so it's all good for them. But now we look over to Shadow alongside Flash, and Flash, interesting team, right? Team that you would have expected to gotten so far in the tournament. The Zom first to go down. Silizzy next to fall here. The God still keeping his eyes open for any potential angles that are dangerous. Realizes they're across the wall, repositions.
Nice repositions, and Flash, they're looking to chase down Shadow Esports here. If they can grab this one, it'll be a free elimination for the team. Juan's going to try and hold the fort, but he's all on his own, using the glue balls, even going for the dash as well. Oh, wins the 1v1 though. Okay, nice little snipe, but Juan, I think he also realizes the dire situation he is in himself. If he can actually force out these very awkward 1v1s, he might be able to win them, but nope, he gets cornered. Really great stuff there from Minkog, and that's going to be our first team eliminated. Shadow Esports already out of the game.
Unlucky, can't do much about it. The God, however, big misplay there. Jumping over and then falling off of his high ground when his team was about to connect. Shouldn't have happened. Zyru, good shot onto limit. Catches him with his pants down, and now after turning the corner to go into this 1v2, opens the angle up with the help of the Valiant dash, but does not find the knockdown. On fire, he's on the run now.
Yeah, he's on the run. Team split as well, and with only 2 players left, just gonna play it safe here for Falcons. They do get both buybacks, so the team's gonna come back to being 4-man strong, but going to be split as Kororo is going to be on his own for a little while. We do have our leaderboard sitting on the right-hand side of the screen. So right now, Avita is leading with 4 elimination points to their name. Flash sitting on 3, although we see the God being taken down there by MEC, thanks to Getbu. That's going to be first elimination there. But MEC, are they going to be in trouble? Because we see Diamond from Twisted Minds going to be sticking his nose into this fight as well, throwing a couple of grenades. Oh, is he going to get some eliminations from this, Gideon?
So we got 1 knockdown into Virus, and Getbu's been turning the corner to try and find a trade. Fortunately, still 10% of his HP, leaving Drian in a 1v1, which he then loses. Twisted Minds win out this fight easily. Oh, wait. They did. Magna Esports, they end up getting eliminated here. Gunned down in the open. That's going to be our second team eliminated out from this game.
Swift elimination. We have AG though, and it's against EVOS, and even Flash is in the vicinity as well. They are going to be able to pick up Barros here. So EVOS now pushing themselves up to 4 eliminations, but are they ready for Flash? Do they even know that they're within essentially shooting range here? We do see Jump on the side of Twisted Minds being taken down by traps from ACD. Dew going to be fighting and actually catching out Rasia. Uh-oh, Gideon. I think this is going to turn into a disaster real soon.
Let's find out. Right now, it's Flash versus AG, and they have to commit to this. Flash needed to find the last remaining members of AG as EVOS sees the situation go down. Rasia, can they actually go and pick him up? They sent one of their boys. It's a 2-2 split here for EVOS' recovery method, and Flash, they just want to hold the most important point. Hold on to the POI, secure the vending machine, the arsenal's on the opposite side, and best yet, the ring is visible.
Ring is visible. Coach Heel looks like they're gonna back up here. They're not feeling too confident, unfortunately. But the problem is they have to cross the river if they want to get across. So they're gonna hold their position for now. Maybe try and force out some kind of bait. Maybe force Flash out in the open. Rasia's there. Aim God's there as well. So a lucky 1-tap might be what the team needs to get to help both Abex and Coach Heel really push into Team Flash. But a bit of a stalemate for now. Just a quick look at the leaderboard though. We have Twisted Minds suffering with just 1 player left. Falcons in the meantime though, 2 players hitting the ground yet again in a huge battle up against Twisted Minds. Oh, Onig in the meantime though, all on the ground. Butcher there, Zyro, the whole team is gone. We still have one more player left though, but can they get the buyback? It's a poor crime. He's out in the open, all alone. And that's our third team gone already, Gideon. And it's only 6 minutes into the match.
Looking like they're not that warm, and
Aim God.
fortunately for Aim God goes down. RRQ catch up one of the members of EVOS. After having to move away from Flash, it looks like they try to reposition further south, down into Grab Lab from Turbine. Unfortunately, had to meet with RRQ, and this is one of RRQ's effective strategies, right? Going out of their way, especially on Recovery Street. They don't mind playing out in the blue, and they usually win these fights.
Yeah, usually, but the problem is, especially with how the tournament has been going so far, I feel like the competition is too fierce for EVOS to really play their signature style. I mean, they do get the buybacks in, so EVOS, they're back to 4 players, but this late into the game, when you don't have any loot, it's quite tricky to win these fights unless you're able to capitalize on some kind of positional advantage or even a surprise attack. We do have Flash on the screen here. It's just Zom and ABCD, although ABCD just gets gunned down there by Fires, leaving Zom all on his own, so he's going to be in charge of those revives, but is he even in a position to do so? He has to hide behind a tree. Talk about being in a very, very tight position.
Yeah, he's got no glue walls as well. He's got 16 medkits, but without being able to break that line of sight, he's just going to go down, and that's going to be Flash in 9th. They get a couple of positional points at the very least, but it's not the end of the world for everybody else. Now, this is only the second ring closure, right? AG now keeping AVD from actually rotating into the ring from Deca's square. The UAV thrown towards the northeastern side to hopefully find an opportunity, but AG, they're not letting them. They're gonna make sure that if they're gonna run around their lines, they're gonna tax them every single time. And Barros making sure that he is gonna be the gatekeeper. Finds one, Pablo as well as one. Unfortunately, don't find the angle to Barros. Cypher cuts on through to find 2. Nameless quickly backs him up, and Tawan in trouble. The last remaining member quickly TPs out of there and has to run, jumps away.
Yeah, so luckily Answered was able to split from the team, so if Tawan goes down, it's not a problem. They still have someone left to get those revives in, but man, this is severely crippled Evita, especially this late into the game as well. So for AG, just happily picking up those eliminations for themselves, more points to hopefully push them back into first place after they did get bonked down by Team Falcons. Tawan, though, is hiding for dear life. Gets spotted, unfortunately. Another elimination there for AG Global, but look at that, you know, we do have Answered successful in his mission, being able to bring back both Pablo and Winter, and soon we should be seeing Tawan come back as well.
Enough time has passed, the full revives are through, and AVD, they've got to figure out a new plan. They know that that eastern side is compromised. They don't know who's on the northern side, but they know that AG has gatekept them, and for the fact that even RRQ shots were actually audible from the southern region. So from this point on, the question is, how far away is this rotation from the southern side? Very, very far. RRQ still remaining in Farmtopia as they can tank the blue for a long time. AG have a free way into the southern side, assuming that EVOS isn't at full strength. But let's look at the ring itself, right? Twisted Minds PE control Intellect Center. Falcons on the far eastern side controlling the opposite end of that river mouth. If the ring starts to pull towards the southern side, north side's in trouble. If it pulls towards the western side, I think that sucks for everybody but RRQ.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree. If there's a team that's probably in the best position so far, I'd actually argue it's Falcons, because they don't have to worry about any teams coming in from their right-hand side. It's really just paying attention to where that circle's going to be. And look at that, it's actually leading a little bit more towards Intellect Center and that river as well. So teams are going to have to figure out a way to cross that water. And if they can't, then they're in deep trouble.
Yeah, I think their position there, it was a 50-50, right? It's either super good or we're gonna have to, you know, roll the dice and hop over into the riverside. But Intellect Sector is highly populated. ACD, after taking a good amount of the blue, now walking out. And keep in mind, they are our current elimination leaders in the lobby so far. If Twisted Minds don't take them out here right now, that momentum's gonna carry over into the third ring.
Alright, Twisted Minds, can they deny ACD entry into this next circle? Because as we get later and later into the game, that blue zone is going to start to kick in. It will be quite painful. We can see Alif to the side there. Exposy looking to see if he can get that one tap. Unfortunately, does not quite have the angle for it yet, so they're going to play it slow. But if he can't play slow, it's going to be EVOS running into AG. But it looks like this might be the chance for EVOS to bring themselves back into the game. Nameless, Burrow Nero's on the ground. Cypher is the last one remaining for the team trying to fight into. Aim God and Coach Heel will go down. And AG get ripped apart by EVOS and are eliminated in game number 1.
And this is perfect for EVOS. AG had everything. They've got the loot, they've got the coins, they got all the resources that EVOS was desperately looking for, and now have reinforced their position down on that southern side. A huge win for EVOS, but it's not done yet because they still are yet to make their way into the Intellect Center itself. Being on the opposite end of that river is a little dangerous here. They need to find a spot closer in. Who knows where the next pull, where the next pull for this ring actually is going to be? Because if it's on that south side by that waterway, that would be by far the worst. If it's a neutral zone of like right smack into the center of Intellect Center, I think that's fine. We'll get a better endgame ring.
I mean, that's the assumption. We'll see if the ring decides to be generous today, because it's the last play week for phase 1, so I do think it's actually going to be quite punishing. ACD though able to get a beautiful shot onto Ansett. That's going to be already one player eliminated for AVD. So Avida, they will need to be prepared for ACD, who's going to be coming in from that southern side. Thankfully for Avida, they do have a compound, but the thing is, they have to worry about another team. If they focus too hard onto ACD, I do suspect RRQ is going to pull off a move themselves. We have to remember, RRQ is sitting in 11th place on that leaderboard. They do want to grab those points to successfully guarantee themselves that top 12 position for this week. Winter being sniped by Traps. Beautiful grenade connection. They don't get the elimination, but you can feel it. Avida, they're feeling that pressure.
Yeah, they are. Rip the rhythm from an awkward angle here. It looks like EVOS is going to gatekeep ACD. They missed the timing here from ACD. Had they just ran past AVD and gotten under the bridge, they might have had a place to play and rotate towards that northern side. But AVD taking plenty of damage here from everybody. The nades have been good from ACD. At this point, knowing that EVOS is there, they've got to start pushing in. And Olive going to be the entry frag. Again, another one from Traps, and Olive walks on in with an easy A1-2, takes the rest out. And now Twisted Minds in a fight of their own here by Intellect Center, trying to hold on against RRQ. Explosy is just trying to heal out that damage and hopefully play for a position. Somebody needs to get involved because PE refused to step in.
Yeah, Exposy, he's just praying. He's hoping RRQ engages into PE Esports, but you can see they are ready to grab that if they can. Oh, but 18 Deer gonna be clipped by Nero on the ground. Everyone is on that bottom floor though, so unless someone's able to get on up there, I think 18 Deer is pretty much done for this game. That's gonna be one less player for RRQ. PE Esports coming in, thinking about going to the low ground. PE, they lose Nero. He's on the ground. They do have Lauho nearby, but LBT gets caught by Abai. PE Esports, I think they regret their decision.
Yeah, this has costed all teams some form of an arm and leg. Lauho, nearly going down here, but unfortunately for Nero, gets caught by Exposy, who still has been hunkering down this entire time. That's PE Esports, who somehow get eliminated first before Twisted Minds. Yeah, the next circle, good call here. Already dominated by Falcons, who have gotten a key position at the God spot here.
On fire got caught. He did get brought back, but he's going to be at low health. Oh boy, Falcons, it looks like it's going to be their game, but you can see EVOS, they are angry, they are mad, they're looking to grab those points, especially after what happened last week, and you can see this. Aim God, they are grouped up. They do need to be careful. A couple of those grenades are connecting, but look at the Falcons, they're going to be grouping up. They want to fight into EVOS. They are clustered behind a couple of those blue walls. You do see a Riptide Rhythm being thrown down. Falcons running into EVOS, but Raptor's going to be the first one on the ground. Apex going to go down as well. We still have Coach Hill and Aim God playing on that low ground. Now the question is RRQ going to stick their nose into this business, because they could grab some really easy elimination points if they wanted to, and it looks like they are third partying, jumping into the Falcons in the backline. Limit is gone. Oh no, it's a disaster for the Falcons.
Not sure what the call was there from the side of Falcons.
On fire.
But they found him, and now EVOS, they're slowly creeping on in here. Oh no, they've already gotten knocked. RRQ catch him out, leaving one remaining member in Tarashia on the opposite side, who beat Ma'al in that 1v1, now left by himself.
Okay, we'll have to see if Rasi can pull off a miracle, because the team needs it if they want to get maximum points, but that doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Gets clipped by the blue zone, which means RRQ is going to be grabbing our first booyah of the day on Next Terra, and this is the points that RRQ are looking for. Again, I did mention this, they're sitting on 11th place on the leaderboard, so on the cusp of being knocked out of top 12, but I think after this might be what solidifies their position in the top 12 for the week.
It might. I think the way we've seen a lot of these teams play, it's just finding the recovery, right? If you are going to fight somebody, you don't even really want to finish them at this point. It's either you push them off in the position and get the objective that you were looking for, or you just keep on hunting even after the recovery. And that's what RRQ decided to do, right? They took a bad fight, they had to go through 2 full resets, and eventually, by mid-game, one good Clash squad, and they were back in.
Yeah, and I originally thought it was going to be Falcons that had the positional advantage, but a couple things did kind of happen during that final circle. The first one being that EVOS decided to actively engage into Falcons. They didn't want to leave them. They went right in to fight into them, which left RRQ in a very comfortable position, right? Like RRQ could decide to wait. They could have actually tried to fight into this and force I suppose, a World War Free Fire during that last circle. But they decided to play patiently. They said, okay, we're going to wait. We're going to wait until they run out of resources, till they're wounded, till they're in awkward positions, and then we'll come in for the cleanup, which sometimes it just pays to play it safe. So RRQ will be heavily rewarded for their patience. But at the same time, EVOS Divine, although they didn't grab that final Booyah, they picked up a lot of points, and especially after what happened last week, I think this is just the beginning of the comeback from EVOS.
No, this is what they need. They just need to be able to recover well. They need to be able to find that one crucial fight to get all the resources they need to play for the end game rings, and I think both these Indonesian squads found that moment. The real question is, why exactly did Falcons want to actually take the engagement in the first place, right? Yes, they had a full member of 4, one got knocked, but they brought him back up, and they knew that both sides had 3 members instead of the full squad. So it made no sense to me that Falcons decided, you know what, we see EVOS encroaching on our territory, we just need to hold them in place and start to divide and conquer. It felt like Falcons were like, we've got enough points, really it doesn't matter. We're in a 1v1v1 scenario. If we just rush one guy, the other team is bound to come. Let's settle this quick. Let's move on to the next game. We just want to rack up points.
There could be another reasoning for this, and I wouldn't blame them if they maybe thought this way, but considering how well Falcons did last week, I kind of wonder if maybe they thought this wouldn't be an issue for them. Like, they thought that they had the mechanical skill, the power, the inventory and resources to take out 2 teams that are not running full rosters easily, and I don't think to them, they didn't realize it was going to be EVOS being their next opponent. And EVOS, especially when they're at the top of their game, they're quite difficult to take down. They actually took too long. And I think that played into RRQ's favor because they were periodically third-partying. Not fully committing, but they were shooting into Falcons' backsides. And there's only so much you can kind of cover in a match of Free Fire. Not like blue walls cover you in a 360 circle. It is the front. You have to kind of split your attention if you're being third party and actively engaging into a different team. So I don't blame Falcons if they just decided to go in there and just say, like, okay, we'll give it a shot. We've done this before. We did a really great job last week. We have the skill. It just didn't play out the way that they wanted it to. I think there were just a couple of shots that didn't land, especially those one taps. If they had like a couple of one taps and they land onto EVOS quicker, yeah, they should have won that. But
if they found just one more pick, that would have closed out pretty fast overall. If I'm looking at the Falcon, that last fight coming in from Falcons, but overall, regardless, I think they're in a really good position for the side of the Falcons. Whether or not they were getting one extra placement points or not really didn't matter because they're already doing so well. Keep in mind, this is still phase 1. They're only trying to play to qualify for that top 12, so they have another opportunity to get into the second phase a little bit faster, a little bit quicker.
Yeah, we're going to jump into the highlights as we do prepare for our next matchup here, folks. But our match MVP is going to be Abai with his 5 eliminations and 2,821 damage. I mean, we did see RRQ play pretty active considering the couple of resets that they had to kind of go through, Gideon. I wasn't even sure that they'd be able to come back after so many resets. I thought maybe they were reaching that critical mass where, you reset too many times, you reset too late into the game, and it can really set you back if you don't have the proper equipment against certain teams.
Yeah, I agree, and I think a lot of this has to do with the way that the meta is played right now. I think that second ring just does not hurt enough that everybody literally doesn't care about it.
Gideon's asking for a blue zone buff. Oh no.
I feel like it's necessary. I feel like the big incentive of these battle royales is that everybody is going to have to move. If we don't have to move in the second ring, what's the point? point, right? And I think that a lot of teams,
true.
if they're stuck in the previous meta of like, all right, ring one, we need to secure our back, secure our low locations. We need to figure out if we're an in circle team or an out circle team. Once you figured that out and you decide, you know what, I'm an out circle team. What do we do in those types of positions? We got to be a brick wall that continues to move forward towards the next positions every single time. RRQ, they're like, we don't need to do that anymore. We don't mind dying because we can tank the blue for as long as possible. And you can see based on their lineups as well, they don't mind actually going down. If I am going to farm you, I'm going to farm you for points, and I'm just going to keep on hunting you down within the blue because we're confident we can win these fights, knowing that nobody else is going to linger around for too long.
All right, if we do get a blue zone buff, I know who to point my finger at. Okay,
I think
sitting right here on the broadcast.
Hey, they just need to increase the damage just by a smidge, or reduce the amount of healing in the blue. That one or the other.
Okay, I get it. We'll see. I will keep your name in the back of my head as we do wait for our next patch update. Game standings for game number 1 for today as well. So as you can see at the very tippy top, we have RRQ Kazu, our team that was able to secure the Booyah. But for EVOS Divine, even though they came in second place, they got 13 eliminations, offsetting the difference between the two teams. So both Indonesian teams are going to be tying in first place. Third place though, Anyone Can Dream. This was a team that I was very excited about, especially last week. They overperformed in their match on Sunday, and I was kind of hesitating, thinking like, okay, are they capable of being able to pull off a fantastic playdate again after a week's rest? And look where they are. First game of the day, third place. Anyone can dream.
Man, adding a bit of context to this Malaysian team performing. I mean, the bar is set really low, so the fact that Sunday they got 69 points was like, yeah, we haven't gotten past 50 in a while now these days. But I think it's great to see, right? And usually they start off well. Even last week, ACD started off decently well in the first couple of play rounds. We'll see whether by map 3 onwards, whether they can maintain that current position. Because when we look at the overall standings, Falcons, yes, they're still on top, but after a game like that and seeing the amount of points that they got, honestly, even if they beat EVOS there, they'd probably jump up by two spaces in terms of the rankings. But overall, they don't need it. They're so confidently on top.
Yeah.
AG just below them. Twisted Minds as well, catching up. Actually, Twisted Minds are actually getting oddly close to AG.
Yeah, they are getting pretty close. I mean, to be fair, AG did go down. I mean, they weren't able to really last in the previous round, right? They did miss out on quite a few points. I do want to kind of direct your attention, and it's gone now on the leaderboard, but EVOS, okay, they started the day in last place. They've at least been able to push themselves up to 17th. So they're no longer our bottom team. I'm kind of keeping an eye on EVOS for today. I want to see how far they can climb in one single play day, because I think now, as great as they looked in game number 1, we really don't know what's going to be happening for the next 5 games, and of course their next play day this weekend. Can they get out of bottom 12? Because really, that is the only thing that this team is at risk of right now, not even making it to top 12.
Yeah, currently at 12 would be heavy at 122 points compared to EVOS Divine at 64. So it's about roughly 58 points worth of difference between the two. I think that it's definitely possible for EVOS Divine to catch back up, but it's about creating a buffer on top of that, which paints the picture of why this is so scary. Is day 1 to find that buffer, or it's just to purely catch up? We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see here in map number 2, because I think that if map number 1, they're already coming out of the gate swinging pretty hard. I think that I would only assume that game 2 they would be moving just as quick, if not faster, because AVD is getting away with the fact that they are early dropping people even. EVOS, it's that mid game that's like such a coin flip. It's like I win out that first fight in the beginning, I end up going for the full reset. Will I find that key fight during the 3rd or 4th ring?
Yep. So we did get the statistics for our top performing teams. For Solara, that is going to be our next matchup for today. Now, we did see statistics. WAG was technically our best performing team on this map. However, they are in Group A, so they're not going to be competing. But this does leave our next 2 teams. So in second place, we have Buriram, and in third place, we have Team Falcon. So again, our top performing teams really in positions to be able to grab those points if they want to. I think if anything, Falcons probably going to be the team to look out for in particular. I mean, considering that they already are looking so good in game number 1. So we'll see if Falcons are able to continue their reign on Solara, or if these points can go to, again, another team that might actually need it. But it looks like we are ready to jump into Solara, Gideon, so let's see what's going to be happening in game number 2.
Yeah, but let's get right into this. I mean, I'm excited to see what this flight path is going to start looking like as well.
Yeah.
We've seen last week what those flight paths can do to the entire game. The influence that it has is ridiculous. But coming into this, Solara has been a big question mark on a lot of people's minds at the beginning of the Free Fire World Series. Now, I think that people are starting to come to it, right? It's exciting to watch, because when you're looking at such a tropical island of fun here in Solara, it's more about fighting than the position.
Yeah, a lot of it's fighting. I mean, I think we saw last week, we saw teams basically having these Grand Theft slide rail battles. It was very entertaining on broadcast. So I'm actually kind of expecting to see more of that kind of playstyle from these teams, like teams being a little bit more active in their movement and also incorporating slide rails into their gameplay in those team fights. Now, so far, the drop zones are looking pretty clean for everybody. We're not seeing any hot drops yet. And it looks like it's going to be a slow start here, Gideon. No fun hot drops. I'm sad.
We say, well, let's see. It's not like you can't incentivize the fight. Because of these slide rails, it's so easy to like get around from POI to POI. So I want to see what AVD is going to do. Because they're the ones who likes to go for the hot drop. Like they're willing to fight and die on a hill if necessary. And hopefully we get to start to hear shots sooner rather than later. I haven't even heard the shots by AG here by Casa Vista. So really a peaceful game.
Yeah, I think this early game is going to be very, very quiet until teams start to intercept each other once they do decide where they want to go, especially once the circle gets decided, which the circle, I mean, looks like that's where it's going to be. We'll get the top-down view very, very shortly. But AG, we haven't focused on this team at all today. I kind of feel like AG has kind of slowed down, especially after their performance last week. Like, yeah, they did start off originally with the first 2 playdays being at the top of that leaderboard, but after Falcons put their playdays in, they kind of dropped a little bit, and I have to say, today they're looking a little eh.
They're looking a little eh. I think everybody is working on their particular play styles. Like I would argue that the fact that AG and RQ met in the first place is because of this meta change, and they're both trying to like take advantage of it. And I don't want to speculate about it too much. We're just gonna have to wait and see later if they do end up seeing each other again. But a great shot coming in from Rashia, and that's what you want to see. Nobody gets to walk around the open for free. I'm pretty sure Rashia just spotted somebody else. Okay, it was with the binoculars, not with the visuals.
Look, this man is very, very well known in being able to pop those heads. So for Rasia to be able to grab that, fantastic. Classic Rasia. Looks like Nero did get brought back into the game and will successfully land, but is he going to have a chance to play? Because you can see Virus, he's there. We do have Nolan to back up Nero, so it's not going to be P Esports being spread apart. The team is there. And even EVOS, we do have a single player from EVOS kind of coming into the vicinity as well. They will hear this. MEC going to be starting. Lauho and Nero going to be hitting the floor already. Nolan is already at half health as well. Not looking good for P Esports at all. 3 players hit the ground. At least one will be able to escape. But dang, what a horrible start for PE.
Yeah, pretty awful start. And somebody decided to call down the lightning as well. Not 100% who threw it initially, but the fact is, Magna, they win because of it. And now that they continue to push on forward, I'm pretty certain that they know that EVOS was on the other side initially. Wait, somebody's on the rail, but they don't know how far down it is on the rail.
Yeah. Oh, EVOS. They're playing it really slow. I guess they're a little bit worried about running into the wrong team. In the meantime, though, Twisted Mind's going to be running into one of the players for ACD. They will get that elimination. So there's a point. Fi's unfortunately being pursued by Xposy. And you can see Xposy, he's thinking about it. He really wants it. But the escape is going to be there. Trapped in the meantime, though, will be taken out. So ACD, not the best start, unfortunately. As we'll see another elimination. But this time on the kill feed, it was from EVOS. I think grabbing one of the... Oh gosh, I forgot the team, unfortunately. MEC, yeah.
Yeah, and look at the Rasha, he's getting some more into Drian as well. That's 3 members already knocked down, and if not eliminated as well. Ooh, Falcons trying to control the top half of this sector. Flash not going to make it easy, as both sides They've already started the nading battles here, but more importantly, just controlling the center from Karoro is so important. He's exposed on all angles. If he doesn't trust his team, he has to back up, and it looks like, knowing that the god is doubled up onto the zombie, he switches his angle, and this reveals the 2v2. Karoro, unfortunately, he can't reposition from that anymore. Racha has to try and save him. Tries, goes, doesn't get it. He's trying to turn the corner to get Racha, but ABCD should intercept. Even the Valiant Dash was not enough. On Fire has a lot of work to do as he gets on top of the zombie god just behind him in this 2v1 scenario. On Fire at a huge disadvantage, but he does have the time turner, and he pulls it just in time. Quickly with a 180, gets both.
No way, Gideon wins a 2 versus 1 situation and comes out of it more or less unscathed. On fire, literally on fire in that tag team battle. And it's not over for Flash as well. Ninkok is going to go down too. Oh, it's just an absolute disaster for Flash. And I think ABCD might be the last player standing for the team as well. No, they get the one buyback in, so they still have a chance. But this is effectively an entire team reset for Team Flash.
Yep, entire team reset, and they even gotten they knocked each other at the very end. So worst case scenario, at least avoided. Nobody had to go down. No more extra resources were used for the revives. Well, not so much for Flash, however. They did get the revives down and did cost them a lot, and they lost their key position as well. Wait, was Onyx about to run with Flash there? What the heck was that?
Oh, I don't know. If you're talking about teams running into others, it looks like Twisted Minds wanting to run into Evos. Avax going to take a little bit of damage there. Has Aim God back up. Oh, but Avax does fully go down. And looks like Jump able to take out Aim God as well. Oh, positioning for Evos is just not great. Oh, my Rasia almost ran into Avita there. Was able to jump off the slide rail in the nick of time and should be able to escape actually, because Avita is being jumped on by a different team. Going to be able to take out the drone there, but Evos, they are in such a tough position here because you go up top, there's a team, you go down bottom, there's a team. Rasia is just praying he's able to bring anybody back now.
Yeah, at this point, now we cut back to Shadow Esports versus Twisted Minds. And so far, Twisted Minds down by 2. Unless the basket pull up like one of his teammates, getting a double kill of his own. Looks pretty hopeless. He finds one. That's pretty good. Already one down. Macra getting attacked by Onyx off screen as Shadow Esports do get the revives. They have control over the POI, and unfortunately, the Bass, he's gotta run. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! He's stuck! It's a sandwich! It's a sandwich, Gideon! We'll have to see if the Bass is able to escape, but he's gonna have to run into Baron. He's gotta get 1 taps. He only escapes if he gets these single taps, but the Bass, I think it's over. He gets the Druid, Quan is there, and that's going to be it. Twisted Minds are out. First place team eliminated in the rounds, and it's not over for Shadow Esports. It looks like we do have Avita coming in, rotating to battle. So the fight's not over yet, but the thing is, who gets the first shot?
Yeah, it should be Avita who's able to anticipate a move unless Julie's... Oh, he ends up losing his head! He cannot do any more than that. And Pablo, he does take out one at the very least. And that's 2 members of SE already down as they continue to press the advantage forward.
Oh, Shadow Esports already dismantled in just a couple seconds. Quan and Baron have an uphill battle if they're going to at least be able to come out of this against Avita. I don't even think they have an escape route. Like, they go anywhere. It's just too open for these players to escape. So Baron, he sticks around. He's trying to think, what do I do now? He's going to try and get away on foot. He's going to try and juke and jive, but look who is on the other side of the map. I believe I saw Onyx there too. We've got a vehicle. Baron, he's able to escape with the car, but if it gets shot down, maybe it's over. No, he gets away. So Avita unable to shut down Shadow Esports for now.
Manages to slip away over the hilltops through the sun. Managing to live, and that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Being able to play in the blue is totally fine for a majority of these players, so he might actually get the revive off and with the vehicle as well. Ooh, Avax! Good damage, but unfortunately no knocks. They get 1 into Nolan. Rasia does take him out in the trade. 1 is still low. Valiant Dash comes through. Good communication by Rasia. Aim God able to capitalize with Valiant Dash.
That was just delicious. So many drops of the Valiant Dash. And Coach Shields looking to end this as well. Lauho in the blue zone, all on his own, just using whatever he can to try to get away. But unfortunately, his hopes and dreams will be dashed for now as Esports eliminated in 10th place for our second game of the day. And because of this too, EVOS are now sitting on 8 eliminations. So they're sitting on a bunch of points already. Even if they get taken down in the next couple of minutes, they've got more than enough points to comfortably say, okay, we're fine. We've hit our quota for points at least. Anything above this is essentially going to be a bonus. And look at where that circle is ending, Gideon. There are a few teams here that are not going to be too happy about this. EVOS in particular has to run through so many teams to get into that blue zone. Unfortunately for Shadow Esports, Baron's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
The team is completely split, so they're going to have to play really carefully. I don't even think the team's going to be able to get into the circle.
I think if you oh man, Shadow Esports has the really tough job of getting in, right? Because they know where Falcons are, they don't know that it's them. However, they go to the south side, which they already know that Flash is sitting on the Funfair complex. There's nothing much they can do. And now that the next ring pulls deeper into the northeast, I was hoping maybe towards the southeast, maybe there's an opportunity for outer ring, but I think now if you're playing outer ring, it is kind of doomed. You need to start fighting for positions now.
Yeah, and speaking of that ring as well, any team that's nearby Windmill, essentially, they're going to be holding the winning ticket. Everyone else is going to have to fight their way through so many teams, so many bodies. There's really no clean way for anyone to slip on through into the late game. So we'll see if Flash is able to figure out how to get in themselves, because I do recall I just took a picture just very quickly to see where the teams are. So Flash, in the meantime, the only team that they're really worried about is possibly Avida, maybe ACD if they decide to move positions, but it seems like they're going to be staying in their compound. So yeah, Avida really is playing gatekeeper for a lot of the teams, especially for both Team Flash as well as AG Global. Falcons, in the meantime, have a pretty easy path. It actually going to be running into ACD. They want the compound. I mean, look, they didn't get punished for it. This could pay off.
Why are they allowed to do this? How did they get to the second floor? No problem. He was jumping right at the window. Why not show resistance? And now ACD have to confront Falcons in a full clash squad mode style in one building. Only one of these teams are going to be able to get out of here. And ACD, they're hoping that somebody comes to intervene, and it looks like Flash is going to be that one. Keep in mind that it's going to be the mark on them, which is giving the information that they're looking for. They know exactly where he is.
Ooh, on fire sticking for that for a second, but I think he's also realized that Flash is here, so you can see they're really positioning themselves. They're trying to angle themselves to run into ACD. So on fire and Ratcha, can they find a way to cut through ACD and give Korora the opening? In the meantime, though, RRQ going to be in a battle themselves up against Onyx. Both Indonesian teams sharing the same compound, but looks like Onyx are the ones to possibly be losing this. There's only Zyro left sitting in that corner behind that blue wall. So RRQ eliminate Onyx and are going to further push themselves into the competition. In the meantime, though, we still have Falcons and Flash having a bit of a stare-off here. No full commitment team fight yet, because I think both teams are trying to wait to see where that next circle is going to be, whether it's going to be either favorable to them or not so favorable. But Falcons, they have been giving ACD a heck of a time, because that top floor, it's not safe at all.
It's not, but they're still holding it. Olive the last one, and finally, throughout all the extra util spams, ACD end up losing their key position to the Falcons. And Falcons still fighting strong. They even have one of their members running around on the outside just to keep tabs. Now EVOS having a pretty difficult time to get into the ring. This was to be expected if you were coming from the southeastern side. The next ring, however, pulls deeper into the center. How do you even...
deeper into the center. I mean, okay, I think AG can get in, but the problem is there is a good chance that both EVOS and RRQ is going to sandwich AG. Yeah. So AG need to be really, really careful about covering both their front and their back. But it looks like, oh, Avida being hit really hard by Shadow Esports on the other side of the map. But Falcons, they have their eyes set on Team Flash here, who's stuck. Oh, but Limit, the god with the snipe. Beautiful one tap. Going to be able to throw Limit onto the floor. He does get picked up though, but that is crucial time for the team to maybe decide to advance if they wanted to. Avida on the other side of the map will be taken out, but Falcons not going to be too happy themselves, because Flash are just absolutely crushing it.
Turn it. Very least into
their
last couple of members here. On fire, he needs to win this. Oh! Tries, does not get it. Limit takes him out in a blaze of glory. One way to go. But these, again, just calling in the storm every single time has been rather frustrating. We saw a lot of this in week 1 as well. Not too many people getting chunked. Great shot coming in from Ma'al with the AWM in hand. They are controlling the God spot so well. This is just 3 points for RRQ.
Yeah, 3 points, especially with how Flash are desperately trying to bring players back into the game because they have the economy, they have the resources to be able to do so. Now, if AG is able to remove RRQ from this position, then all of a sudden things are going to change. Zom is going to be landing on the top floor, will be going down, unfortunately, but RRQ really want to defend this position of theirs. This is too good of a compound to lose.
Yeah, one of the only compounds actually in this final, one of the few final zones is SE playing on the opposite side by the south. Flash actually coming in from the west, AG from the north, and they can't play Ring Around the Rosies. Everybody wants to sit on their chair.
Yeah, everyone wants to sit on the chair. There's only one chair, unfortunately, and 4 teams, so we do have a bit of a occupational issue here, Gideon. Looks like the circle, though, is going to be heading towards that bottom right-hand side, though, and I'd argue that this is actually in favor of Shadow Esports and maybe even Flash as well, because it's going to be AG running into these 2 teams, and RRQ as well will have to leave their compound. So we'll have to see if they have a way to basically follow this blue zone. We're about to start things off here. RRQ trying to assess the situation. Do they have a way to slip past Shadow Esports?
Oh, I mean, they might try. There is a slide rail that they have access to. And Flash end up getting hit by a pretty good nade coming in from AG. A majority of Flash members have just lost their ticket, taxed on their way in as the ring is only about to move. Now, 18 Deer has been currently running this healing pistol for quite some time now. Honestly, it's been doing so much wonders. And now they're pressing through into Shadow Esports. Swan the first to fall. Baron tries his best. Doesn't get the shot, but at least his friend does. Now, Boots trying to get into the mix here. Baron once again hiding back into the back. Abe, he's still down. Rin goes down, and finally Boots, the next to fall. Juicy ends up pulling through!
They somehow pull through, and look at this AG. I think they realize that Shadow Esports are not in an ideal position, so they're going to be able to push on forward. They're actually going to be launching themselves into the circle. Cypher, they're going to be sniped and on the ground as well. They did manage to catch out Rin, but at what cost? Baron's going to be able to fight through. Silzy's going to be in that front line. Nameless has to get a one-tap hit onto Silzy. Baron is on the ground. AG just on the edge of being able to possibly take this game. Silzy, you have to land a shot of your life, but unfortunately, that is not going to be the case. AG Global are back, baby. Not to say that they ever went anywhere, but, you know, I think you have to solidify your position at the top of the leaderboard with a booyah every now and again.
Yep, great move there. Great move there as they siege the house of RRQ. That was such a, again, plenty of resources to work with, lots of, and a bit of collaboration, you know, a little colluding with some of the other teams who also wanted that one chair, that one piece of foundation to work with. And I think this last fight was kind of interesting, right? SE actually had the initial knockdown onto AG, doing a quick, you know, smoke and mirrors, throwing somebody down on the slide rails, and then finding that initial pick. I'm surprised that they didn't immediately pounce onto the second person. Like, you know, give up your high position, immediately leap down, and then hold out with blue walls for the last 2 guys.
I think it's just a case of being that late into the game, you know. It's probably not an idea that maybe crossed their mind. They're probably more concerned about just being able to maintain their current position, capitalize on what they currently have, and kind of hope that their opponents end up being the ones to make the mistake. It's just, yeah, all the teams, I mean, essentially our top 3 teams in that round, they played too well. Shadow Esports, I feel like, did such a good job at effectively shutting down RRQ from being able to grab that booyah there. Like, they held a really great position. Yes, it did come at the cost of effectively losing a teammate as RRQ exited the building. But after that, I think they did a really good job sandwiching them in so many bottlenecks. I think there were like 2 or 3 bottlenecks that RRQ had to deal with. And we know for RRQ, their general play style is actually more suited for those more open areaed fights, because they love to have their duo run in front, then they also have their snipers to sit in the back lines. But because there's so many bottlenecks, the snipers can't really perform in a way that they are optimized to. So yeah, Shadow Esports, they just did really well with the resources they were given and just capitalizing on the actual area that the fight ended up being at. It's just a bit unfortunate that they didn't have the resources necessary to take out AG, but I mean, AG played it the best that they could too, you know, just stay out of the drama until it's your turn.
Yeah, no, AG, they played it well, and I think that SE honestly had some pretty impressive showings because there was 2 clutch moments that really makes the difference here, right? They could have ended, they were expected and predicted to be bowing out at 3rd at the very least, considering that they were the ones in the most hottest of waters, arguably in terms of positioning. And then when the fight actually broke up between RRQ, they end up winning that fight, and then they found the initial pick onto AG. Like, this was a potentially a winning game for SE, which is why it's notable, considering that the other 2 have already made, you know, very staple names for themselves with plenty of accolades as well. So again, really great for Shadow Esports. I would like to see them perform better again, and hopefully get closer to the goals, because currently their high score in terms of ending the day in terms of top points is 67. So 67 is the number to beat for them.
67 is the number to beat. I mean, if they can continue to play like this for the rest of the day, I think they could easily get over 60, I think. But again, it depends if they're able to consistently perform across all of their matches for today, because there are other teams that are performing too. Like I feel like our top performing teams in the groups, our Goliaths essentially, we haven't really seen anyone really bomb out. Like, okay, there's been a couple where, you know, a team has dropped out in last place towards the bottom of the bracket, but so far we're not seeing a EVOS Divine where a top team is just constantly bottom 3 every single round. And this is problematic for teams at the bottom of the bracket, because it means that those points are being given to teams that kind of don't need it, right? Like, if you're already, I said this before, if you are effectively top 9, you're kind of safe already. It's really hard to wrestle those team positions out of the match. So yeah, if you are not getting those points as a team in the bottom 10, you're at risk of elimination.
Yeah, I think that if you are at least within top 12, right? 10, 12. From positions 10 and 12, you have an opportunity to actually improve your current standings.
Absolutely.
From 13, 14 is where it's a little, like, it's possible to make it into top 12, but the likelihood that you're going to surpass Avita in 9th, for an example, at the beginning of the day, which was 153, that seems less likely to do, considering that the bottom 2 is less than 100 points. So it really just goes to show the distribution of where these points are going to, and I have to admit, even if you're playing on your best day, there is no guarantee. And I mean, looking at the top killers as well, right? Like, this game was particularly slow, yet they still were anticipating that it's going to get a lot more hectic towards the mid game. You don't know when the third party will come.
Yeah. So we've already wrapped up 2 games, ladies and gentlemen. If you did manage to catch them, I hope you enjoyed the matches so far. If you haven't, the games have been pretty on point today. I do think we're getting a really good mix of action and strategy as well. Like, teams are really trying to think ahead. And this is problematic for everyone that is currently struggling, because it means that the games are not easy. They have to really work for those matches. So yeah, to everyone competing today, you're going to really have to stick your finger out if you're in a position to really pick up those points, because yeah, I mean, Gideon, we also really agreed that like 9 is like the hard cap. It's going to be hard for anyone below 9 to be able to overtake. Obviously maybe GOW would be able to, but yeah, I
mean, if you're in like if you're from 10 to 12, you have a chance. If you're like 13, 15, you're rolling the dice a little bit, right? It's really not in your control. But I mean, I feel like after week 1, when everybody was testing out like, oh, what exactly do we need on our snipers? Do we run the Morris? AG, they like to keep it classic, man. They've got that classic comp, having the traditional Oscar, having the traditional Riptide Rhythm on top of the Cassie, yes. And the only real difference is the A124, and I really like the A124, especially from mid to late. So many, and if you have an end zone that has multiple buildings, even better. You know that they're all going to be in one spot.
Yeah, I full on agree there. Okay, Gideon, are there any teams, just after these first 2 games today, are there any teams that you think are at risk? Aside from, I guess, like the very bottom teams, any teams that are very close to that top 12, is anyone at risk of not even making it to top 12, just based off of these 2 games that we've just had?
Ooh, I would say, at risk. I think.
Okay, can I put my vouch
Go
in?
for it.
I say PE Sports.
I was gonna say PE Sports, but I think it's too soon, right? Because again,
you think so?
I think
okay.
it's like first 3 maps, and then you got to see the next 2 maps after game 3, and then you'll have a rough idea.
Sure.
Because again, it feels like all of these teams play into 2 segments: first 3 games, and then the next 3 games. First 3 games they try something, next 3 games they try something else, or they just maintain their performance. And I feel that PE might switch it up game 3 onwards. I think the one that I'm most concerned about right now is AVD, because if they maintain their current performance based on their track history, if they do good in the first couple of games, the latter half is where they start getting weaker.
True. I mean, okay. I think the situation where Avita could possibly lose everything is for the next 2 play days, they score less than, let's say, 30 points for both play days, because they had a huge head start with 85 for day 1, then 68 for day 2, which is great. Great head start.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean that they're safe, right? Like, they still have to get the rest of their points. So we'll see what happens. I mean, they're still technically safe, but anything goes, especially in a match of Free Fire. But overall standings, okay, nothing too crazy. Evo's still trying to make that climb. Unfortunately, not able to break into 16 yet after game number 2, so they still have to work pretty hard to grab those points.
Ideally, if Avita can break into the 220 point total, that'll keep them safe from the next competitor, Gao, who's at 136, because their best day was at 97 total points. Let's keep that as like a baseline, right? So 136 plus 97, that's roughly about 220 points. So I think that if Avita can like get past that threshold here today, it's a lot less stress that Gao actually overtakes them later on. Unless, you know, Gao comes up with a 120 game day, then, well, I mean, math out of the window.
Yeah, to be fair, GW was pretty close to 100 points in one of their play days, so maybe possible, you know, maybe possible, but we'll have to see once they do actually play their games. They're not playing today, so we can't really estimate how GOW is going to kind of perform. Now, just a quick reminder, in case you don't know what map number 3 is going to be, we're going to Bermuda, so this is something that everyone's going to be pretty comfortable with. I do expect the match to be pretty fast today, though. I know last week it was decently paced, but it was pretty slow too. I think it was a case of like 3 teams maximum being eliminated at the beginning, and then after that it's pretty slow until like the 3rd, 4th circle, and then you start to see those team eliminations again. I'm actually kind of expecting it to be much quicker today. I think what's going to end up happening is we are probably going to be getting, obviously, the first 3 eliminations at the beginning, and then after that, I want to make a prediction. I think we're only going to have 6 teams remaining once we hit that 4th circle.
Wow!
I think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to be that fast.
Really? 6 teams? I would believe you if you said like, you know, 8 and then lowest 7.
So 8's a safe bet. No. We don't do safe bets here. We do risky bets.
All right.
I'm thinking 6. Look, the map is small. It's tiny, and everyone knows Bermuda. Everyone knows how to play this map. So I kind of feel like that with that knowledge that you're really gonna have to play around your map positioning, and the fact that, again, not much real estate, you're kind of bumping shoulders quite frequently on this map as well. So that's why I think we're going to be running into more eliminations. I think teams are just going to run into each other, and it's just going to be chaos.
I mean,
that's probably the word.
Chaos is one thing, but we look at the top 3 teams and you see the number of eliminations and the amount of points that they're able to get, you start to get a rough idea of how some of these teams play, right? Like, especially for Flash, 36 eliminations, 2 booyahs on it as well, on top of 61 points. You can do the math. We can start doing the math. If they've already got 2 booyahs, we know exactly how many points they earn. So the number of eliminations matter. And even for the rest of them, when you start to do the math and figure out how many eliminations they got for each of them, they're starting to break into the double digits. So I'm inclined to agree with you here, but I think we need to see that first minute play out. How many teams are going to be hot dropping each other, and is AG going to go back to that week 1 strategy of sending Barros out, maybe even Saifa out, just to go hunt for early eliminations?
Yeah, I think we're going for early eliminations. I think we're going ham. I'm making the call. I think it's just a necessary evil because there's so much at risk for some of these teams. So teams are at risk. I think they're going to be the ones to maybe stick their finger out. The exception to the rule, I think, is EVOS, because they have been bitten and punished too many times in their past matches for playing too fast too soon.
there is that saying, the most dangerous thing is a wounded animal backed into the corner, and EVOS, they're desperate for those points. They've licked their wounds long enough. They spent an entire week just to unleash the fire here today. Let's get on to our next map, everybody. You know it, you love it. It's the default upon defaults. Welcome to Bermuda.
Welcome back to Bermuda. I think that's how we should be introducing everybody to the map. All right, so let's see the flight path. Pretty neutral, right down the center of the map. So nothing too crazy. But are we seeing any hot drops? I really think someone's going to throw a hot drop here. I feel like it's a missed opportunity if we don't see that. And we might
doesn't seem
see. I don't know. Look at PE. I'm looking at PE. I'm thinking, okay, they're grouping up. I think they're trying to evaluate if it's even worth it. They're instead going to go to Factory and Onyx. Are they going to Mars Electric? No, they're going to Pochinok.
Yeah.
No hot drops. Oh wait, no. We do have a hot drop. Dead center. Dead center.
Okay. It's Magna versus Shadow Esports. Now, keep in mind, this is not exactly a map that MEC has scored very high upon in comparison to Shadow Esports. So a win for them here would be insane.
Just a quick reminder as well, Shadow Esports is our second place team on this map as well. So if anything, I'd be shaking if I'm MEC to realize that Shadow Esports is here. So let's see if they're able to either punish Shadow Esports or at least maybe force a ceasefire between these two teams.
Yeah, and you can see that MEC dropping down early glue walls, which is a good and bad thing, right? The bad thing is that it actually blocks line of sight, blocks the line of sight for you unless you are proactively covering the glue wall. For the side of Shadow Esports, if they happen to turn to it and nobody's guarding those, they get free cover to work with. And that's the positioning game that they're playing with. They understand that we have taken a majority of the guns here in this compound alone, but there's not a lot of glue walls. So if somebody gets caught out, there's no guarantee of survival.
Oh, MEC in a really good position here. They do reveal themselves, so Shadow Esports know that Driana is there, but at the moment, no engagement. So Shadow Esports, I kind of wonder if they maybe got the short end of the stick with the loot, because normally they'd run into this, but they are playing really, really safe.
Agreed. I think they could have gone a little bit more. It's a little tough to say, but here comes PE as they jumped right into Clock Tower to face off against ACD.
No.
They tried to intercept them, and unfortunately, they've already lost Nero as well as Lao Ho in the first contact. They gotta go further than this, right? They gotta back on LBT. No! He has to get out of there. Nero, unfortunately, crawling. LBT is the only one here who has to just buy time. As ACD tries to turn the corner, it's just not enough. PE.
Oh, disaster.
They tried to intercept.
Absolute disaster. PE Esports already out 2 minutes into the game. So our first victims already taken out of the match. And we could be seeing another battle here. This time, EVOS against Twisted Minds. I don't know what it is with EVOS. They just keep running into the top of the leaderboard teams. And normally this would not be an issue, but just considering where they are on the leaderboard, this is kind of not the matchup that you want them to really run into this early into the game. You can see Rasia and Aim God, they're trying to see if there is an opportunity for them to maybe punish Twisted Minds. Diamond and the Bass are leading the charge here. Jump is sitting at the back for Twisted Minds. Oh, but I think they've actually caught sight of them. Aim God has been spotted and EVOS are in trouble.
Looks like Aim God has to hold the front line. Luckily, he's got Rashia also dropping down glue walls for him to give him a nice little daisy chain to run back in cover, minimizing the damage. He's also got Cassie, so even the poking is going to get healed back up. They bail out of this entirely. EVOS, they had the opportunity earlier to punish PE or even Twisted Minds, but decided not to, and they're trying to loop around them as well.
I don't know if they're trying to loop. I think they're actually trying to shake off Twisted Minds, but the problem is we know Twisted, like normally this team full on commits if they see another team within their sights. Russ is still hiding behind he's just behind the tower. They didn't even notice he's there. He's able to at least escape. He goes for the back shot, gets the Bass. Nice punish there onto Twisted Minds. They do get the pickup. Rastia is all alone. His team is coming in from the back though, but is the ambush going to take too long? Oh, EVOS, I hope this pays off, because if it doesn't, Twisted Minds is going to be all over you.
Yeah, and they back away from it, right? They give up the top position as well. No matter where they're attacking from here by Bimasakti, nothing is really being converted. Rashia's initial knockdown is great. It would have been better if he had a couple of team members actually covering from the opposite side, and now they're getting jumped upon. They find one, come to ACD in the middle fighting Magda. Gojil ends up to find one. He needs a little bit more here, and Traps can only support it for so long. They find Drian, and they trade at the very end here. Oh, is he opened to angles? It looks like they're open to AG, but ACD managed to at least get their boy back up, and they need to get back out of here.
Oh my gosh, absolute disaster. And EVOS are still at the receiving end of all of these bullets from Twisted Minds. We see another player being picked up, and actually we see AG Global showing their faces into ACD. And if I'm ACD, I'm out of here. I do not want to be fighting into this so soon after fighting. Trap's able to hit the ground, will be able to survive, won't be shot down thankfully. So ACD will still be able to recover their teammates. But now's the question, can they successfully escape? It looks like that will be the case. Now, again, I don't know what it is with RRQ and Onyx. These two teams are just stuck to each other like glue. Yet again, running into one another. But this time, unfortunately for RRQ, they will be able to get that nice little pick. Onyx will be able to scout with that elimination, though. So they know where to stay away from once they regroup as a team.
Now they got to take some time here. Again, they've made contact plenty of times, but do they want to keep showing presence? I mean, they're running out of the open here. Dudes, he finally starts taking shot at the back member. RRQ, they can keep on controlling Clock Tower if they want to, but I think they might want to just chill for a second to see where this next ring is going to go before making any full commitments.
No, I think that's the safest play. There's no reason for you to really stick your finger out until you know where you want to be, especially once you're trying to guess where those circles are. But for now, RRQ, oh gosh, their next target might end up being Twisted Minds. You can see them coming in on that mini-map from the top right-hand side. So RRQ very soon will be under threat by Twisted Minds. Can they maybe punish them? I mean, they do have the height advantage, especially having that central compound as well on the side of Clock Tower. They're not revealing themselves yet, though, so it looks like it will be a very slow, a very patient game for our two teams, our two Goliaths sitting on the center of the map.
Nobody's gonna do anything rash here. Maybe a
knockdown. Oh, don't. It's too early. It's too early. I don't think you risk it.
Hey, maybe a knockdown, maybe not. Kill contract, though, however, I am liking the graphics for the new kill contract. At least it makes it very clear who initiated it, rather than seeing their IGN just like hovering on the left side of your screen the entire game. But at least for Twisted, they're mirroring RRQ is not a bad idea for the first half of it. Question is whether or not it escalates further with other teams getting involved. Now, AVD still on this chase here, on their kill contract of their own, trying to find out the members of Shadow Esports. Now, keep in mind that Flash is just behind them as well. Same situation.
Oh, Vida really trying to escalate this into a fight. Baron is there. Look at this rune. They're coming in from the backline. So will not get the one tap onto Tawan. And now all of a sudden, both of these teams knee deep in this fight. They are going to be able to reset though, thanks to a couple of blue walls. And Sit though will be the first one to hit the ground. Rindo will be punished. So it's a 1-to-1 trade. Tawan's going to be the next one to drop as well. Can they get to pick up the grenades? Connecting. Juan's going to hit the ground as well as Ansid. It's going to be 3 versus 2. Pablo and Long Kong. Can they somehow win this? Sicily hits the ground. It's 2v2. Baron goes for the pickup, and they will be able to secure the entire team, and they will preserve everyone on the roster. Shadow Esports picking up all those eliminations and removing Evita from the competition.
Wow. Wow. A battle of the launchers. A battle of the launchers. Juan facing off against Long Kong on the opposite end. Both of them having a shotgun and a launcher. And I think that a landmine accident may have added on to the damage of why we saw AVD losing that fight in the first place. They were the ones who dropped it, yes, but it doesn't mean it can't be triggered by other people, especially when you have the launcher in hand. So may have got some unnecessary collateral damage. Overall, still great to see that the Indonesians are still fighting it out. Cut back to Falcons, who are really perched up well.
Natural habitat. I mean, it's a good move by Limit, because he's going to be able to provide some crucial information to the rest of the roster to see, like, okay, what angle, like what team is coming from what angle, is there anyone that we can be able to pick off and grab some of those easy eliminations? Because I have to say, just looking at the kill feed on the right hand side of the screen, Falcons playing very, very quiet on this particular map, and this is considering that they are considered the 3rd favorites to actually take the Booyah here. Actually, no, I think in the group it's actually the 1st.
Oh, wait.
They are, yes, so they are in 3rd. Oh no, it's actually third team. Okay, my bad.
Good.
They are Yep.
I think that the hard part right now is whether or not we're actually going to get like that 16, those 6 teams, right? Because I feel like we're about to. It can happen. It's very possible.
All hell's gonna break loose.
Right?
Okay, I promise you. Okay, all hell. Just look, bottom right, AG, ACD, and MEC. I think that's where all hell is gonna break loose. I also think there's. You can see in the center, right? RRQ, EVOS, and Twisted. I think something's gonna snap. Something's gonna snap. Somebody's gonna try and advance into their compound and try and challenge them for it. So, I think it's a very, very likely possibility we're gonna be running into some really big fights here. It just depends on when these teams want to make it happen because, like you said, your complaint earlier, apparently the third blue zone doesn't do enough damage.
I mean, ACD, they probably can just sit out here, right? They've got the setup with multiple team boosters to be able to regenerate through the blue. And I think at this point, AG, they're about to do what they did last game. Oh, are they going to jump right in somebody's face? I mean, they're relatively close, but at least it's Magna, right? So again, controlling this compound isn't going to be too difficult, but there's enough play zone that both teams can technically coexist unless Magna doesn't feel like they want to share.
Yeah, I mean, there's Getboo, but he's not really in the best spot to punish AG. But I'm pretty sure he's spotted out for the team. Oh no, Putra gonna be sniped down, unfortunately, thanks to Pina. So, Nick, Esports losing another player on the roster. I think they are down to 2 players, so things are looking pretty rough here for the Indonesian team. With 2 players left this late into the game, I don't see anyone being able to go for any buybacks. Like, players should not successfully be able to hit the ground this late into the game.
Yeah, they definitely
But you can see right now, so little real estate, Gideon. Look how close everybody is. Like, they could practically smell each other.
They basically can, and no matter what, like, every single time you go from one elevation to another, you have to recheck your angles because nothing is safe. North side, however, has a new little conglomerate building up by the clock tower. Inevitably, we were talking about the 5 teams from the eastern side, but the northwestern side, just as many, and a lot of high-branded teams as well. Flash is going to try to go in towards the Onyx, to the Onyx side of the compound. But EVOS and Falcons, I think they've got some really good positions. The only people to keep them in check is Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds is leaning a little closer to the northern side rather than the western side.
Yeah. We have AG on the screen right now, potentially gatekeeping MEC, and I don't know if Magna's going to be able to get out of this at all. If anything, I think this is going to be 4 easy points for AG Global, considering, especially in the late games, AG, they love those elimination points this late. Like, it's a team that is a little bit slower. They love to play that macro game in the early game, but after we hit that 4th, 5th circle, that's when this team just suddenly reawakens. So Magna, they're gonna have to move at some point. That blue zone is gonna start moving soon, but actually it's AG to be the ones to make that first move. Cypher forcing Magna out of that corner.
Now, Sci-Fi has to hold this position. If he loses this position, this entire fight gets split into 2. Now the 2v2 on the opposite side, and looks like Getboo and Virus lose out. Nameless and Sci-Fi work in tandem with each other, like a metronome, on sync, in rhythm, as now they start pressing out of the space. Drian losing all of his glue walls, getting shot right in the knees, loses his head. Jan's the next to fall. An easy cleanup onto Magna here.
Easy cleanup, easy 4 points as well for AG, so they're rearing to go. And look how lucky AG is as well. The only team that they have to worry about is Flash, but I actually don't think AG is going to have any issues actually finding a place in this in the circle. So if anything, I'd be worried about everyone else in the competition. Like, can they even deal with AG once we start seeing these team versus team fights? RRQ, they have their eyes set on EVOS, who are unfortunately playing on the low ground. So EVOS, they have a really tough call to make here, especially with the circle moving. They're being forced out, and this is a very painful circle as well. We do see Abax taking critical damage there. I do think he was taken out. Falcon's also on the move on the left-hand side as well, and RRQ has spotted this too. This is now forcing them to split their attention, and this might come at a cost here for RRQ, because if you split your attention, we could see Ma'al being sniped here, but on fire though, being assisted by Razia from EVOS. So actually this push from Falcons being stopped by the Indonesians again.
Yep, and while this is all happening, AG actually have launched themselves right into the compound of Flash. They want to get to that bottom floor, and that's exactly what they do. Perfect play coming in from AG, forcing Flash to sit up onto the 2nd floor. Now, I hope that the observers cut back to Falcons. Oh, beautiful. Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep, because RRQ is just pounding them.
RRQ, they're looking to eliminate Falcons. I think that might be it. Falcons in 9th place. AG, though, going to be sharing some real estate with Flash. Now, the thing is, I actually worry for Flash here, but AG instead, they're going to sacrifice the compound, instead going to relocate because they want to get into position to catch out all these other teams. And look at the map. We've got RRQ, we've got EVOS, we have Shadow Esports, ACD as well, Twisted Minds towards the north. So many teams still trying to figure out how do we get into this next circle. And unfortunately for EVOS, they have to go through so many glue walls. I hope they have access to the Riptide Rhythm, because if they don't, I kind of fear that, you know, maybe these blue walls are going to come back to bite them. Because look at Shadow Esports. They're like, nope, you're not allowed to move. We're going to keep blocking you off. You're going to stay there.
Yeah, I mean, they also have the fact that they're covered on all sides, right? They don't have to worry about artillery. They got nothing to worry about. They could use the Valiant Dash, to be fair, but look at how crazy this one little chalet looks. It is a fortified fortress on all fronts.
So many glue walls being used, but it's a necessary evil. You can see Jump, though, coming in on top of that glue wall. They're going to go onto the rooftop, it seems. So we currently have a few teams in the circle. Twisted Minds, AG Global, and ACD. In the meantime, though, EVOS, though, are being jumped on. Unfortunately, we still have ABAX in the picture, but I think he's the last players standing. EVOS is probably out of now. He's playing on the still trying to exit that tunnel. And AG also on the low ground. And look at where that circle is going to go. Oh my lord. It's a hard right. And look who's in position to take that. It's Twisted Minds.
Yep, Twisted Minds will be able to make that first move, but keep in mind that AG will tax them. And depending on how long this storm is going to take, I'm pretty sure that AG will take their time with this and slowly move. Now, ACD is the one that I'm a little curious about. It's like, it looks like you guys have to do a lot of running, but they don't want to show presence. They have two options. Either they go towards the south side to follow that rotation, or they mirror AG and slowly creep behind them on that north side.
Oh, we've actually got a monster truck being brought in as well. It looks like Jump is going to be hiding behind there. So Twisted Minds, they already are in position. ACD, they're going to be coming in from the left-hand side, out of sight from AG Global. And AG, I don't know how they're going to be able to run through because they have to deal with Flash. Twisted Minds, though, on the high ground, shooting at anything that they can catch their eyes on so far, just poking at Flash. ACD still playing on that, on the other side, thankfully still not being targeted, so playing the slower game. And look at Twisted Minds, absolute domination of this next blue zone. AG Global taking it nice and slow, going to push into Flash's compound. It's going to be a 1-versus-1 team fight here. AG and Flash. Looks like Flash abandoned ship. They absolutely leave the building. They're going to try and go in from the other side. Looks like ACD, though, already under threat from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think that ACD should have just waited for literally 2 seconds more. Just 2 seconds more.
The backstab!
Oh, they find it! And AG capitalized on this entirely as ACD, the Banes of AG, denying them a way to get to the southern side of the map, take them out, and now we're at our top 3. Now keep in mind, everybody's at full fighting strength. AG, a little bit of damage here and there, but they have the highest win rate here so far, and now they're pressing their advantage. Twisted Minds now forcing Flash to keep on rotating, keep on moving, sir.
Look at this counterclockwise rotation. Everyone is going counterclockwise, and Flash, I think they're realizing they're running out of glue walls. They have to fight into this at some point, but they want to avoid this as much as possible. But look at Flash, though. If they run into AG, it's just going to be them sandwiched between two teams. So someone has to make the call. Either AG stops Twisted and engage into them, or they both tag team Flash down, and it looks like that's going to be the play. So Flash, unfortunately, their dreams cut short as they get tag teamed by both Twisted Minds and AG Global. And what does this mean? We're going to be seeing two Titans on the leaderboard going head-to-head for our Booyah points and 4 more eliminations to their name. So here we go, Gideon. Twisted Minds versus AG.
They're going to take their time. They've already set up the battle lines as the Bass turns the corner, quickly trying to encapsulate them and limit the space. The A124 is good, but the Valiant Dash might just be better, and Barros is the first to fall. Sypha looking to get a trade back, and Nameless needs to hold the angle. The Bass alongside with Exposy covering the left side so that Dude doesn't have line of sight, and now they've turned this into a 4v3. Tactical play coming up to Twisted Minds. The blue wall denying the grenade, unfortunately, but Do out in the open, and they Riptide Rhythm him, just explodes. Jump ends up getting knocked down. Do finally gets knocked down, but with the help of a Diamond, they go for the reset and turn this into a 3v2. One man for one man.
Sypha. Oh, Nameless! Nameless hits the ground, leaving Sypha exposed. And look at that Twisted Minds. They say, all right, it's one player down. We're just going to run into this. Twisted Minds securing the Booyah there. and in a fantastic way as well. I loved how they actually played that. They did such a good job in essentially shepherding each kill. They positioned every single target into an open space. They were able to get the shots necessary. I love the fact that they tried to flush out Du, because they knew that if they just left him to his own devices, he would become quite impactful in these team fights. So going for the risky play, really trying to force him out using Riptide Rhythm to get rid of the glue walls and leave him exposed. I think that was probably the game-winning play there from Twisted Minds. Just really rip AG apart.
A lot of things, and I think that like Twisted Minds, they're good in these squad v squad, like 1v3 type scenarios, but at the top 5 position, man, that was such a bold move of them. Like anybody could have decided, tell you what, if Flash gets distracted, we need to contest for Twisted Minds' position. And the only team that was willing to do that was ACD, right? When it was in the top 5 scenario, that was not the case. Twisted Minds were not allowed to make that move. And when they took out the 5th squad, that's when they started to enact the plan. All right, now we have full influence. We're in a position where we get to move first. All we have to do is wait for Flash to just turn their head for a split second, and we've already taken a good, an arguably better position.
Yeah, I think it has to be said, Twisted Minds also got a little bit lucky with the circle's rotation. Yes. I think that like where the circle ended up going for the last rotation when they were on the rooftop and it went hard right, huge win, because they had an easy way over there. They didn't have any teams that they had to worry about at that angle because they were effectively the right-hand side team. Sure, Flash could have been the team to stop them, but we also noticed that Flash was really trying to cover all their bases. They weren't actually worried about Twisted Minds on the rooftop. They were more worried about everyone else in the other surrounding compounds, because if they turn their backs, we've seen teams get punished, unfortunately. So yeah, it's just for Twisted Minds, so many things went right for them, and they basically played that game right. They did everything that they needed to maintain this advantage, positional advantage, and farm the lobby, basically, going into that late game. I really loved how Twisted Minds played that game.
Yeah, they played it really well, and I agree that they were absolutely lucky. Way too many positions, too many variables, to be fair. Like, I think that Flash was in such a unique position that there's really no argument for them. Like, no matter what you say, it's just like, I guess you're a little unlucky, you know? Hopefully the other teams, like, fall for the baits. Some did, others didn't. That south side where ACD was holding was actually a god spot for the longest time. They just needed to clear out that tunnel. If they could just clear out that tunnel early on, they would have had this, they might have had a top 3 finish.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree there. That tunnel, I think, is really what set them back. So many resources were used in the tunnel, right? Like, we saw so many glue walls. We saw grenades as well. Riptide Rhythms are being, gosh, it was really just macro intensive down there, I suppose, which is, it further pushes the idea that your inventory, your macro really matters in those very situational circles, because sometimes you just have a regular ending. It's like, okay, we don't need that many glue walls, or you have, for example, this kind of ending where you want to block a team, you effectively block them, and you need to spam those glue walls. You have to also know that, okay, these are not going to be available for us late game because we've used them here. So it was I have to say, a very interesting endgame, because there were just so many angles to pay attention to, so many different ways that these teams could have won and lost. And really, again, Twisted Minds, they got dealt the best hand, and they played their hand perfect.
I wouldn't say this is like an absolute domination here, but really it was just which team could squeeze out more value from the opportunities given to them, right? Because even when we start to look at this particular endgame scenario, like Twisted Minds, they're playing it great, but when they're influencing Flash to play the way that they play, it's really frustrating, right? Because if you're looking from the outside perspective and you see Twisted Minds, by no means should they have gotten away with so much. And now that we look at the lineup, it makes a little bit more sense. They have area deniers, and they have ways that can just kind of hunker down. They're not running the traditional Cassie. They actually prefer going with the Zane so that the entire team can walk up as a full squad, rather than just say, hey, Exposy, we need you a million miles away to make this headshot. No, just walk right up with us, land your shots, back off whenever you feel like it. We are your shield.
Yeah, so congratulations to Twisted Minds for picking up our third booyah of the day, also on Bermuda. So that's going to be essentially, I guess, like the easiest map eliminated from the pool. And I hope everyone's ready for map number 4 because we're going to Kalahari, Gideon. We're going to Kalahari, not a very popular map by any means in the Free Fire community. Very hit or miss. Obviously, some teams love it, some teams hate it. And especially for teams that are struggling for points. I hope you like it, okay? I hope you like Kalahari because this is probably one of the last opportunities for you to pick up your points because we're already halfway through the play day today. We played 3 games, we have 3 more to go. After this, every single team in these 2 groups are only going to have 1 more opportunity to pick up points. And just having a quick look at the match standings for game number 3, you can see Twisted Minds, 27 points, Gucci. They're at the top of the leaderboard. They technically don't need these points. Anyone Can Dream, 22 points. Hello,
Let's
Malaysia,
go.
doing fantastic. Let's go. And a team that we kind of highlighted before the match started, right? We kind of looked at a team and said, okay, is there anyone on this list on the leaderboard, the overall leaderboard, at risk of dropping out of top 12? We both kind of highlighted PE Esports, and unfortunately, they ended up dead last in the round with 0 points. This is not helping this team's cause at all.
No, this really isn't, but I think this is one of the few outlier games because, man, there really wasn't a lot of quote-unquote points to be distributed out, and considering
it's very top-heavy.
It really is. Like, the top 2 teams are already coming up with 15 eliminations, Twisted Minds and ACD, and I'm happy that ACD actually, I think they didn't, I thought they didn't make top 3, ends up they did, and they did it pretty convincingly. Flash is in 5th. They only got 2 eliminations despite 8 placement points.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, okay, to be fair, you don't need to go all out if you're in a safe position, right? So, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Nothing too bad, Gideon.
Nothing to sweat about.
No, nothing to sweat. I mean, everyone's going to start sweating now because we've got Kalahari coming up next. So there are definitely some teams that are not going to be too favorable about our next upcoming match. We will be sharing some match info on our favorite teams in just a moment. But overall standings, okay, here's just a quick update. We are tied for first place, Gideon. Falcons and AG. But if we were to decide a first place team, it's Falcons, simply because they have 4 booyahs over AG Global's single booyah. This is one of our tiebreaker stipulations if we need to, for example, put teams in different brackets. So yeah, it's currently tied. AG, they just need to score more points to beat Falcons.
It really is. And I mean, AG, if they just had a couple more booyahs, right? Then maybe they'd be number 1 in this tiebreak scenario. But either ways, there's still 3 more games to be played to catch back up and really set themselves apart. I think overall, I don't know. It's been strange the way that these teams have been playing the maps from week 1 to week 2. We're definitely seeing all sides, all facets of each of these teams, and I think they're recognizing now that week 1, yeah, if we want to find those head starts, we fight hard. Coming into week number 2, too many things matter. We need to be able to get higher maximums of points rather than just, hey, if you just fight for it, there's a chance that even if we do get 17 points, we get eliminated, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, I think it's probably necessary to point this out as well. I actually just had a quick look again at the leaderboard points. We are starting to see a divide, a very, very big divide. But we'll talk about that a little bit later on because it looks like we're ready for an interview with RRQ before we head on over to our break. So let's see what RRQ have to say after our latest matchup.
How's it going? Gimana kabar?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Alhamdulillah baik. It's so good to have you back on the second week and we can already see an improvement in RRQ's performance today. Can you tell us a bit about the reset that you guys have been trying to do? Senang deh bisa ngelihat kamu akhirnya tampil nih di pekan yang kedua dan kita juga udah bisa ngelihat performance-nya RRQ perlahan meningkat. Apa yang mungkin bisa kamu sampaikan atau ceritakan sedikit mengenai reset yang lagi coba diterapin sama RRQ saat ini?
Apa yang dilakuin sama coaching staff sih sebenarnya udah bener ya, buat ngasih jam terbang buat runs. Bener, tapi kan sayangnya mau ngasih jam terbang kan liganya cuma 2 week. Ya mau gimana lagi, terus kemarin mungkin hasilnya agak kurang memuaskan.
Ya mungkin sebenarnya jatuhnya lebih kepada adaptasi aja melihat waktu dari liga yang gak terlalu panjang, ternyata apa yang diupayakan masih belum tepat gitu ya ternyata solusinya.
Betul sekali.
So obviously the coaching staff was just trying to give a more playtime for runs, but unfortunately it wasn't the right decision, especially knowing that we only have 2 more weeks of the league phase, and RRQ is trying to fix that. So here comes Deer saving the day. Dan kalau kita lihat ini kan sebenarnya nggak cuma kalian yang agak kesulitan ya. EVOS juga di pekan pertama kemarin cukup kesulitan. Mereka juga mencoba melakukan hal yang sama. Ada Abax kini di starting line up. Gimana sekarang kamu menilai performa dari EVOS di hari pertama pekan kedua? Aku coba translate dulu. Silakan dipikirkan jawabannya ya. So obviously we all know that not only RRQ that has been trying to survive, but EVOS is actually in the same position, quite the same position, or even worse. We all know that Abax is now on the starting lineup, trying to make a difference. What do you think of EVOS's performance on today's matches? Gimana? Silakan.
Ngeliat performa EVOS sih lumayan cukup kaget ya. Mereka cuma dapat 10 poin segala macam. Tapi apa yang aku lihat dari latihan, mereka nggak bisa terapin di pas turnamennya kan.
Oke.
Ya, aku ngeliat dari latihan mereka tuh kayak latihannya tuh bagus segala macam. Gak tahu kenapa, mungkin apa ya? Mereka kepikiran kali liganya cuma 2 minggu terus.
Pressure-nya
ya,
justru berasa
mungkin ada
gitu
pressure lah, bener. Tapi masa ya kayak juara dunia kan ke pressure sama liga 2 minggu doang.
Bener, ya. Jawabannya menarik banget nih. So it's a bit of a surprise for the RRQ team to see how struggling EVOS Divine is right now, especially seeing that they've been doing so great during the practice. Apparently whatever it is that they've been doing at practice doesn't translate well into the competition, and it's a shock because a team with the caliber of EVOS Divine should be doing better, should be doing well, especially with the title of the world champion. They should not be struggling and they should not be having a hard time. Okay, last question. Ada tips gak sih untuk lebih konsisten lagi dengan sisa liga yang udah nggak banyak dan pastinya durasi kompetisinya juga lebih singkat? Is there any tips for you to stay consistent throughout the whole competition? We all know that we don't have that much time anymore in the season.
Ya mungkin sedikit tips ya, apa ya, lebih mempertajam komunikasi sih. Kalau komunikasinya dari timnya bagus ya pasti timnya bakal lebih bagus lagi.
Communication is key. So clear communication is very important when it comes to the league phase. They need to communicate more. They need to, try to talk things to each other and find out the solution as soon as possible. Seperti yang tadi disampaikan sama Deer juga, karena memang survivors yang namanya komunikasi itu penting sekali. Dan ya kita lihat aja kira-kira gimana upaya bounce back dari nama-nama besar yang ada dalam tim Indonesia saat ini. Thank you so much for having this interview with me, Deer. Good luck with the remaining games. But right now, we're gonna go back to the casters. Take it away, casters. Good luck.
おい！それスノボじゃなくて人体だから。それにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから。
バカ！これぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
金ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し出して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
え、皆さん、それって銃？
嫌いやろ。
アームストロング最高です。アームストロング、なんでこんなとこにまで。
話してやってくんねえか、サダール。そいつは新橋じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか？ケリーさん、本当にごめんなさい。
さて、行き先は？
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
Who will rise? Who will fall? Find out in week 2 of FFWS.
おいそれスノボじゃなくて人体だから。それにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから。
バカ、これぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
銀ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し出して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
皆さん、それって銃？
逃げるぞカグラ。開発チームから聞かされてねえよ。
しつこい男は嫌いやろ。
アームストロング最高です。アームストロング、なんでこんなとこにまで。
話でやってくんねえかサダール。そいつは新橋じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか。ケリーさん本当にごめんなさい。
さて行き先は。
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
Welcome back, survivors. You're watching the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring Edition 2026. And so far, the competition has been very tight and very rough for some of these teams. Of course, my name is Gideon Q. Here with me is going to be Denelli. Once again, keeping you guys entertained for the next 3 maps here. We don't know what that final map is going to be, but for our upcoming one, and I mean, we were talking about this earlier. You mentioned it. You've got some eyes on one particular squad breaking through by the end of today.
I mean, okay, to be fair, okay, once you hear the team name, you're like, oh, but they should be breaking through. So, okay, so we did a little bit of math. I mean, you did the math. EVOS should break into top 12 by the end of today. We say should, but, okay, there's a pretty big but factor here. They have to score, I think you said 30-something points at least to break into top 12.
For one of those maps, at least a 30-point game. The best outcome is 2 20-point games, and then it doesn't matter whatever you get on your third game is kind of there. But the entire purpose is to get you up to GOW and earn you just enough to create a buffer zone. And I think that's dependent on that third game. That's the best scenario.
Okay, so my personal opinion, I think they have to score an average of 15 across the next 3 games.
Yes.
That's my guess. Yeah. So it might even be more. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because the teams that are occupying 11th and 12th and even 10th, they are also playing, except Bigatron. But the thing is, you have to remember, Bigatron hasn't played today. So they will be offsetting those points in their matches starting tomorrow. So the journey for EVOS to break into top 12, it's not easy by any means. Like, they've put themselves in, I think I have to say it, they put themselves in probably the worst possible position to start the tournament because of their first week's performance. So playing catch up, I don't know what's happened. They put like the hardest handicap difficulty to enter a tournament in. So yeah, really shocking start. They're showing signs of life today, but they're just not scoring enough points for me to comfortably say, like, okay, EVOS are back. They're not back. They're there, and that's it. They're just there.
They're existing right now, and I think that's why today is so important for them. It's not to even establish themselves as like, oh, we're gonna make it for sure. It's to have a fighting chance on the following play day. And I mean, if we're talking about fighting chances, we also have to talk about some of the other squads here. Esports, Magna Esports as well. All of them, they need a good day today, and I think that arguably Esports hasn't been doing well at all on the very first day of the second week.
Yeah, PE's performance really dropped off today. I think they're currently only sitting at 10 points accumulated across 3 matches. And it didn't help that in that last game just now, they were the first team picked off with no elimination. So absolute 0 donut scoreline. Again, absolute worst case scenario for any team competing in the competition, because you don't want to end around with no points. That's like literally the worst case scenario. Now, top 3 teams for this particular map, we have Twisted Mind sitting in first place with 1 Booyah, 34 eliminations and 52 points. Then we have Onyx, and then we have Heavy. Heavy's not in this group, I believe, so we don't really need to take a Heavy into account. But we have to talk about other teams that are generally very good at Kalahari. We know that Falcons is typically a Kalahari map. We know the Indonesian teams in general tend to be Kalahari teams as well. So I don't want to say that Kalahari is going to be an easy map for these teams to farm points. If anything, it's going to be quite difficult because you do have Kalahari specialists in these 2 groups.
Admittedly, that is very true, and let's not forget about some of the heavier hitters in the tournament as well. Team Falcons, All Gamers Global, who are doing a phenomenal job currently in today's matchups, and I think that they are probably the ones that we have to keep an eye out alongside with Twisted Minds, because they just came off of a momentous Booyah. Onyx, I'm not so sure. These guys have not been able to crack into the top 5 as consistently as I wanted to, and that's why I thought that the first 3 games are so important for these types of teams if they want to maintain this performance, unless we see a breakout here and now in map 4.
Yeah, look, if there's a map to perform well on, it's this one for Onyx. So we could see the return of Onyx here when they want to grab those points. It's just, again, I think it's really going to depend on where these teams decide to land. If anyone decides to pull out some drastic measures and start doing some crazy hot drops, again, very possible, but it seems like teams are hesitating to hot drop even this late into phase 1 of the tournament.
Yeah, it's just too risky. It's just way too risky, and you want to, especially if you're in the top spots, if you're in like the top 6 of the lobby, you want to deflate the number of points you're actually handing out to everybody else, right? Which is why we're seeing such a drastic difference in play style of, yeah, we'll purposely let one person walk away to revive their team to inflate the number of points even more for that particular match. And now everybody is just like, hey, the value of a point is too high. Let's make sure that it stays low. And if we can keep, and like teams like ACD, teams like RRQ who've been playing on the outer side of it, take full advantage of the fact that, hey, because these points are so low and so uninflated, we will be able to recover no problem.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we are going into Kalahari. This is probably one of the best maps to farm those eliminations, Gideon, so I hope you're ready for this. as teams are just going to fight, revive, fight, revive, fight, revive, because there's just so much real estate on Kalahari. That makes it one of the prime reasons why specializing on this map is actually really good, because you tend to have a lot of eliminations happening here. So we'll see what happens, folks. We're jumping into Kalahari. It's map number 4. After this, we've got 2 more maps, and then we are done for teams in Group B and C. Let's see what kind of flight path we get, Gideon.
All right, let's see how skewed.
Oh my god!
The most skewed map we've seen so far, south of Old Hampton to confinement, leaving the entire southern side a bit of a struggle to get to.
Yeah, anyone that's aiming to go to Mammoth, the Sub, and Stone Ridge, I mean, by the time you land, everyone's already grown a couple of grey hairs. So, yeah, I mean, to be fair, the map is pretty big. I don't think these teams, just looking at the split so far, I don't think we're going to be seeing too much action. Yes, we do have Onyx in the vicinity of another team. Oh, actually, no, never mind. I might change my mind here with Twisted Minds and RRQ going for a little bit of a tag team here. 2 players of Twisted Minds grouping up, but this might end up just being 2 free points here for RRQ.
Yep, Twisted Minds just need to buy as much time as possible. The fastest person to go down and the jump soon after, as RRQ able to win out on the first interaction here by Refinery. Let's see what they do after that, right? Because there's only 2 members of Twisted Minds. The rest of the team is going to be recovering elsewhere. But we cut back to the maze, and now it's AG facing off against Onyx, who seem to be walking
Under
away.
siege? No, Onyx are under siege by MEC as well. Apparently one of the players, I believe, got sniped.
But where's Magna? Where is Magna from here?
They are off map, I think, because we're looking at AG's perspective. And yeah, it looks like we do have one player from Magna actually causing Onyx quite a lot of problems.
That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. They did get the revives, though, and this may have slowed the progress overall. Oh, he's coming in. He's coming in. He wants to go for even more. Virus slowly walking on, but he can't beat it. 2v1 easily. Tries to go for the weak member. Ends up dying regardless.
You got debated. I mean, you got to try sometimes. You miss every bullet you don't shoot. But because of what Magna has done, he bought time for AG to close the gap between AG and Onyx. So all of a sudden, Onyx are now up to their second opponent, which is again going to be AG. RRQ is also nearby too, so yeah, Onyx unfortunately in a really tight spot here, especially knowing that they also are down to 1 player. Zyro is going to lead the charge running into Cypher. Unfortunately, Zyro is the one to take critical damage there, and his teammates are nowhere near him too, so that's going to be a free point for AG. They will get the buyback though immediately, and now it's up to Pusher and Adam to get out of there. Can these 2 players split and help reset the team? RRQ's flying in as well, and all of a sudden things might change here, Gideon.
Yep, if Adam and Putra can just buy enough time. Oh no, the Valiant Dash is good. They're locked into the individual fights.
There goes Adam.
Putra is next to fall, and yep, that should be the rest of Onyx here collapsing under the pressure. But AG have put themselves in an unwinnable position as RRQ have completely surrounded them from every single angle. That's 3 inevitable eliminations being given over to RRQ as they go back towards Refinery side.
And just to add on top of that too, we still have 12 teams in the game. So even though we had Onyx in a pretty dire situation, they actually had another player on the map. So resets galore here for everybody, it seems, Gideon. It's just the start. We're starting to farm those eliminations, except for AG. AG lose their final player, so that's going to be our first team eliminated.
Intercepted. Duke could not get out of that tough situation, and now we start looking towards the northeastern side of the map by Council Hill. Shadow versus Falcons, and Falcons more than happy to fight this. If you're going to play on the outside, let's brawl. And Kiro doesn't even get the shot off before losing his head. Tried to close the distance, got punished for it.
That was a really, really bold play coming out from Kororo there, Gideon. Oh, we have Pina hitting the ground as well, thanks to Baron. We still got Limit and On Fire looking to escape for the team, and it looks like they will be able to get on out of there, Gideon. In the meantime, though, we have P Esports unknowingly being spotted by ACD. LBT going to be launching himself as well. We also have Evita on the screen as well, so lots of information being given to ACD, and actually Traps going to be going in the opposite direction, realizes that, wait a minute, there's another team here, and he's going to be sniped. Oh no, Long Kong takes him out. Traps ends up trapping himself between a two-team sandwich.
Can't do much about that. Can't do much at all. But at least they get the revive down, and PE decide we're going to give up Santa Catarina entirely. Let AVD have it. Well, there's still plenty of real estate to play with. If we happen to get a pick, then maybe we can do something. But for the most part, I don't think it's going to be much here from PE.
No, unless they decide to go for some kind of crazy commitment. Speaking of commitment, we're seeing two teams commit for these fights on our kill feed. We're seeing so many players being dropped, being farmed, and the crazy part about all this, Gideon, is we still have 11 teams, and the buybacks just continue on and on. It looks like there's also a Indonesian battle royale happening with RRQ and EVOS going in for a team versus team fight. We have Limit being jumped on there by Juan, but look at Kororo coming in from the back lines. We have Rindo that's going to be able to intercept a 1v1, forcing Kororo onto the ground, so Falcons unable to come in with the ambush, and the Falcons now down to 2 players. It's up to Onfire and Pina to somehow help this team recover.
Oh, they just figured out where the sniper's angle is actually available. They see Limit and they're telling them, we gotta back off here, there's no way. They're just baiting you for this. They're not eliminating me straight away. There's no point. And oh no! Unfortunately for Pina, getting knocked down. I was about to mention the sniper. He knew the angle, just couldn't respond to it fast enough.
This game is literally on fire for Falcons, and I don't know, Onfire is going to be able to somehow escape this. I don't think he's got any glue balls left. He will try to move again, but you can see Shadow Esports, they're after it, but no, they cut them down. Falcons are out, Gideon.
Early bow out. Man, this is starting to look rough. Very, very rough. So much proactivity.
I think rough is too mild to put it, Gideon.
I think it's closer to sandpaper at this point. It is vicious to bite into, and so far all these early game teams who have looking to get their reset have either been successfully able to do so or just instantly eliminated.
Yeah, very, very true there. So we do still have a pretty central circle for now. We're not really getting an idea as to where this is going to be, but the next circle will determine roughly where these teams are going to have to move. At the moment though, lots of contestant happening on Refinery. We do have 2 teams there, but ACD is about to run into Onyx as well. We have Adam in the watchtower, so I do believe he has spotted this. The thing is Onyx ready for this? We do see Zyra and Putra putting themselves on the front line, ready to engage if ACD do decide to run into this. But it looks like ACD, they're actually reevaluating. I don't think they're feeling very confident coming up to this because it's a really awkward fight. They have to run into this really weird cliffy hill.
I would agree with that assessment. I think this is a pretty awful position for ACD to hold, especially whoever has to hold that front line, right? Just a huge disadvantage if Onyx are able to kind of punch through without losing a member. And I think Onyx also realized that this is pretty much a stalemate, right? Nobody's going to make that first move unless they find that pick, and the pick has to be on a specific person at a specific position. So it's just not worth the effort to probe. They back away to the far end of command post, maybe even looking for a deeper rotate, deeper into the ring. We know how Onyx likes to play here on Kalahari, but ACD winning out the command post is great for them. Now it's just gatekeeping and clearing their backs.
We do see a very quick moment of Flash here, who's about to run into MEC. We have the Zom covering himself and his teammate in those blue walls, but look at MEC just swarming around these 2 players from Team Flash. The God is on the ground, the Zom is all alone, but hang on a minute, can they turn things around? No! That's gonna be it. Flash is gone, but Onyx is coming in to clean things up here. It's just Drian and as well as Getbrew. Winzy's still on the ground. They're going to try and go for the pickup here, but it looks like even Getbrew's hesitating. He realizes his teammate is gone. Getbrew, he's fighting? He's fighting?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
He can't get the revive down. Every single time he gets back up, Winzy immediately gets knocked, so he has to wait out the entire duration of the storm. Getboo just needs to win this 2v1, but against a Cassie, Zyru is just having the time of his life.
Yeah, I guess they were trying to buy time there. I would have thought maybe he would have just tried to escape. Just have his teammate go down, because there's no way they were going to be able to get the pickup in time, right? But
yeah.
Magna, unfortunately, going to be ending the round in 9th place. We still have 8 teams remaining, and right now we're going to be watching EVOS's point of view, and they have Rasia in the very tippy top of this tower. they have so much map vision to work with here. So they're going to roughly see the angles for multiple teams coming into Refinery, and they also catch out Diamond. And we have to remember, this is Rouse here too. This man can still snipe.
He can absolutely do it, but I think right now it's just about getting information, right? It's the second ring. It's still a lot of play area to actually work with. Rashia has 2 jobs: to identify the teams that are on the outer side from the center point of where the ring is currently, and then showing resistance when necessary. And that's the hard part, because showing presence on the map now immediately reveals your location and the rough location of the direction your team is going to be coming from. So no matter what, it's a battle of information, right? It's a Cold War.
Yeah, it's a Cold War until teams can really figure out like what's the best way to play the circle for this game, right? Because I don't think we're in a position. Oh, okay, hang on, we're getting some more information. The circle is going to be south of Refinery. So teams that have occupied Refinery, they're still going to be able to make the most of this high ground, but they will have to vacate pretty soon because they're not going to be able to really play with the elevation. And yeah, look at that. Okay, I know a lot of people hate this. As a spectator, I actually love this circle. There has been so many tournaments that have been decided because of this really, really awkward southern circle of Refinery, because there's not many compounds to work with. There's a lot of open space, lots of open road. You do have cliff faces to work with, but unfortunately, it's almost like too much open space, but also too much cover at the same time. It's like very uncomfortable fighting around in this area, because you have to make the decision, like, can I afford to use my glue walls whilst out in the open? Can I try and hide on the side of this cliff? Can I maybe hold this compound for as long as I possibly can? And you also have to watch out for anyone that's shooting at you from any high ground elevation. So yeah, it's a really awkward circle. I like watching it though, because teams have to get really creative when it comes to generating cover. And you can see already monster trucks are being spawned into the game as well, which are great sources of natural cover too if you want to save up on your glue walls.
You explained it perfectly, and I think that the only thing I can add to this is deciding whether you want an inner compound closer to these roads, because these are the only places you're going to find the compounds other than the south of Refinery and just the very tip of the sub. That's all that you're going to be able to play with. All these other buildings are by a road. Now, taking an inner road building, not the worst idea. For now, it kind of sucks because once everybody gets into the ring, you're going to be shot from a million different angles. But if you hit the lottery, you can hold it until the very end of the game if the next couple of circles pulls on top of you. So that's the risk that they're currently running.
So we'll have to see what's going to happen as this blue zone closes in. Unfortunately for ACD, they are on the very edge, and they are going to be slowly pulled in as well. So they're going to take some damage. The thing is, PE Esports is here as well. Luckily for PE Esports, they get to literally hide on the very edge of that cliff face. So they will have that elevation to work with, as it looks like the circle is actually on the roadside, Gideon. I know we can't really see it here, but it's just on the very edge of the map there. It is connecting to the road. So for Onyx and Twisted Minds, these guys are in fantastic position as PE. They tried to move, but oh lord.
Oh no! Oh no, this is all going wrong for PE. They held an amazing position and they got spooked out by one guy from Shadow Esports, and now Juan is going through them one by one. LBT finds one back in Baras, but Juan is back here for more. Rin is there to support that front line. He's gonna get his boy back. Silisi is holding strong covers. LOS. LBT solo, one single tap, denies the jump around again, goes down to the bottom floor as Juan chases him through.
The jerks!
He's gonna get caught here, right here. Bam! And they finally take out PE. While this is happening, apparently Cybru is landing a landmine shots, apparently. And Twisted Minds end up winning.
They end up winning, but they only have one player left. It's only Jump, which is terrible for Twisted Minds because, yeah, they're sitting on 6 eliminations, but they are not in a position at all to win this game with ease. Obviously, they may be able to rely on Jump to play the quiet game, but dang, Twisted Minds, that fight really crippled them coming into that late game. We do have RRQ in the match still. We do have Shadow Esports who are trying to follow that blue zone in, making their way towards the road. But again, we did talk about this, that road, unless you have a roadside compound, you are left completely exposed from multiple angles.
Yep, speaking of, From the north of the sub, ACD has finally crept up their way into AVD, and so far the match statistics have not looked good for ACD versus AVD. AVD has beaten them 67% of the time in these engagements. In a full 4v4, ACD, they like playing like a brick wall. Same, it's just about zoning, right? Just walk with the circle, don't have to do too much, nothing scary, nothing crazy. And better yet, they're playing on the low ground. Luckily, they have a little bit of a lip. That A, where did that, okay, it goes into nowhere.
It goes nowhere. That next circle is just literal no man's land here. ACD though just on the edge. Looks like Twisted Minds, they did try to make it in there with Jump, but he's going to be eliminated unfortunately. So Twisted Minds are gone. Shadow Esports on the other side of the map got completely decimated, but hang on. We have Avita coming into this as well, running into ACD. They're going to try and cut them down before that next circle. They know they're out in the open. They're forced to fight, but it's just Answered who's left. But hang on a minute. Aleph is there. Fires is there to pick up his teammate. Twisted Minds finally officially out of the game. And ACD will still hang on to their full roster, trying to go for the player pickup there, but you can see EVOS is ready to cut them down. Grenades being thrown from two angles, both EVOS and RRQ, causing a lot of commotion for ACD.
Yeah, and now EVOS are realizing this is not an easy fight. RRQ is repositioning, so EVOS is going to flank onto the RRQ side. The monster truck heading to the northern part, and now EVOS looking to reposition to deal with it. Now ACD Aleph and Traps are just left out in the open while this man goes in with the monster truck. Was that worth it? We'll find out.
Aleph is crying. He's just literally playing piggy in the middle between these two Indonesian teams, but that's going to be it. ACD, they still have one player remaining apparently. I have no idea where they are, but RRQ will finally advance into EVOS as these two teams go for that 1v1 fight. It's a 4 versus 4 situation, but EVOS are trying to put themselves in a more advantageous position. Abax out in the open, Aim God slowly creeping around, but looks like Ma'al actually got knocked down into the play zone. That doesn't sound too good at all. And all of a sudden, RRQ down to 2 players. Arbai and 18 Deer is going to have to somehow tag team this to help them win the match. But with how things are currently going, it looks like this should be an EVOS game.
Yep, it's looking very good. EVOS full fighting strength against last 2 members, and unfortunately the knocked member of RRQ is in a pretty unsavable position. Wait, no! They just let him have it! They were willing to give that up, to have the extra man strength. Aim tries to deny it. If he dies here, that would be the worst, and Abe finds the trade. Riptide Rhythm doing God's work as Kochil and Abax slowly close the space as they find the big booyah at the end. Now, that's a lot of points secured for EVOS Divine, but we need to see how many total points did they achieve in the end to make sure that they're safe. Considering how happy they are, I can only assume that they had a whopping amount of eliminations.
I do not recall seeing the kill feed. Oh, we can see it right here, up to 11. And this is when we still have 3 players left on the side of RRQ, so this should be 13, 14?
Yep,
13.
Yes,
they ended with 13.
Correct.
Yep.
13.
So that's going to be 25 points, Gideon. That is already like more than half the quota that we kind of predicted.
Now, all we need to see is just a stable performance from EVOS, getting an average medium of 15 points, if not more. That would be ideal for them to set themselves up for their second play day, to keep them within top 12. But man, that was an interesting game, right? I would say that a lot more action happened here in Kalahari than Bermuda right from the get-go, and you could tell that teams were struggling to finish each other off. But the best part was the fact that like a lot of creative moves had to be employed, especially on that Sunside ring. Without them, nothing would have happened. Everybody would have just sat still.
Yeah, I really think it was really that circle that kind of decided, you know, teams had to suddenly get very creative with their resources. Okay, guys, how many glue walls do we have? We have 5 glue walls. We have no compounds. We have no monster trucks. We got absolutely nothing. So you're seeing teams hook gun. They're launching themselves into other teams to steal their compounds. I mean, it's madness, but it's just the nature of Kalahari that makes this such a difficult map. It's so rewarding to specialize on this map because you can absolutely farm points here. It's just a matter of, can you make the most of how little Kalahari gives you as a map? Because let's say the circle ended up being a refinery. a lot more forgiving, I feel, for a lot of teams, because you have a lot more natural cover, you can save your glue walls, and then you also can prepare for that, sometimes that top-down circle where teams might stay on the refinery, others decide to drop down. But yeah, this circle, I think, really helped show the divide in teams that have a lot of experience compared to some of our lesser experienced teams in the league. I mean, to be fair, most of the remaining teams were our best teams in the league so far. But great news for EVOS fans. I know they were looking for that shining light, that guiding light to, you know, say that EVOS is still in the match, they're still in the tournament, they're not going to be bottom 6. They're not out of it yet. Unfortunately, I have to be realistic here, because if they bomb out these next two maps, they're at risk of not even making top 12.
Yeah, I mean,
they can't afford to mess up these next 2 maps. They've got to get something. I'd even say if you can get single-digit points, I think you're happy.
Yeah, I think single-digit points is still decently good. Ideally, if you're in PE Esports or even Magna's position, right? I would say that PE Esports, probably because of their first week, that buffer definitely helps them to try and push them closer to 12. Like, even if you don't make it into 12, you want to get as close to 12 as possible, so that as soon as the next couple of teams qualify in stage 2, you're back in, it's your time to play. Yes, there's fewer chances to actually qualify, but, you know, at least it gives you a shot.
Yeah, look, a shot's a shot. It doesn't really matter. Shoot your shot. You never know unless you try, right? So, yeah, everyone's got to really stick their finger out, especially for teams playing today, because again, after today's matches, you've only got one more play day, and you have to play against the other group. And we all know how sometimes these groupings can be when teams are backed up against a wall, against a corner, if they feel threatened. Sometimes it awakens something in some of these underperforming teams. But let's celebrate EVOS for now, as they did manage to grab the booyah for match number 4 on Kalahari. Rasia, our match MVP of the day, of the round. He got 8 eliminations for the team. Look at the damage Rasia did in this game. 4,965. I think it's the highest for our highlight damage today. I'm trying to recall, is it the highest we've seen so far of all of our matches? It might be, because I recall 3,000, I think 3,500 might have been the highest for last week's MVP. So Rasia might have scored our highest damage for the entire tournament in one round.
We will double check it in the meantime. Well, we're gonna have to go through the database here to confirm, but I think that all teams played a decent amount here. They were all making some pretty good decisions. It's just that final ring is already so awkward that you don't have a choice. But luckily for the side of EVOS, they had the right tools. Now, Chrono in particular in Kalahari, for these types of scenarios, amazing. It's truly one of a kind. Riptide Rhythm, don't care. Literally, there's only few ways to deal with the time turner. But the problem is that it's one of those active skill cards that don't work in all situations, right? If somebody's already in your face to play that bubble fight and they're ready for the bubble fight or the time turner fight in this particular case, then there's nothing you can do. But if you have no glue walls or you're getting hit by Riptide Rhythms, that's when this time turner suddenly becomes a game changer.
Yeah, actually, I think we also have to talk about the Skylar picks. Riptide Rhythms, I feel like in that final circle really did play a role for a lot of these teams just to be able to break through and eliminate their opponents. I think a lot of teams that didn't run Skylar, I think they suffered on Kalahari, especially with how that circle ended up being like glue walls were everyone's lifeline at that point. So anyone that did not have access to Riptide Rhythm, or if it was on cooldown, yeah, you did not have a fun time. So again, it's just I guess a boon for having like the new rule set for active skills. Like teams really need to think ahead and say like, okay, we're playing on this map. Hypothetical, if this happens, if we get this circle, do we have the tools to be able to overcome everything our opponents throw at us? And I think in the case of Kalahari, I almost feel like Skylar is mandatory. You have to have Riptide Rhythm, otherwise you just get pretty much gapped by teams that can throw glue walls in your face.
No, I completely agree. You need 2 ways to influence the glue walls, and I think that right now that a lot of people are leaning back into the Skylar after week 1, where we saw like a good chunk of the snipers starting to diversify the agent pool. Right? We saw a couple of Morses come through during week 1. I think we haven't seen a single one by far throughout the entirety of week 2, day 1, but coming up to Purgatory here, EVOS Huge points for them, getting a total of 66 today. RRQ just behind them at 64, and Twisted Minds at 62. So our Booyah winners are sitting right at the top, and then, surprisingly enough, ACD. 32 eliminations and still managing top 5.
Managing top 5 over AG Global as well, mind you. And this is because AG Global also managed to get a Booyah. Crazy stuff from ACD. Really, really performing last week and also showing that they're capable of performing this week as well. Again, not to say that ACD are in trouble by any means. They are actually already in the top 10. How much higher are they? They have bumped themselves up to top 9. So ACD reigniting the hope of Malaysia here simply by their performance, and they've been an absolute treat to watch. Everybody else though, okay, look at EVOS's jump. They were in 17th place. They have bumped themselves up to 14th simply because of that single good round. And you spoke about this. EVOS really just needed to have one fantastic game to really push them up that leaderboard. But it's not over yet. We still need to grab those points. If they're going to overtake a Bigatron, for example, they still need, is that 28 points? Yeah, yep. 28 points. And this is considering that Bigatron is not playing today.
That's why it's all about catching up. First, they've caught up to Gal. That was goal number 1. Now it's creating a buffer zone against Gal while catching up to BTR. If they can overtake BTR by today, that would be like by far the best case scenario, because then they truly come on equal footing on their final play day. But that might just be a lot of pressure. Then again, they are a professional team, so good luck to everybody there. It's not the type of stress that I would like to deal with personally.
I don't think stress is good, but in the case of an athlete, stress is very good. The adrenaline really kicks in for some of these players. But going into our next map here, folks, we are going to be going into our final decided map, game number 5. We're going on to Purgatory. And then after this, we're going into our random map, which won't be decided until after game number 5. So I'm pretty certain there are a couple teams feeling the jitters here because they realize that, okay, we've got Purgatory, and then we have the random map. Favorites to win this map in this particular grouping, it's Falcons. Falcons are at the very top. After that, we have Weram and GOW, who are teams in Group A. Yeah. So these teams are in Group A. They're not playing today. It's really just Falcons. Although I don't have access to the data set. I kind of wonder who would be in 2nd and 3rd place for Groups B and C.
That's what I'm thinking as well. I'm not 100% sure because Purgatory has been a polarizing map. It's either everybody has no clue what they're doing, or one or two teams are skewing the entire map. And
Falcons is skewing the map. I mean, did you see the numbers of eliminations for Falcons?
Because I was thinking that was them who was ruining the data.
Well, they are, aren't they? I mean, they got 2 Booyahs, and I think I saw 72 points. So if you break that down, you got the 24 Booyah points, and then the rest of it is elimination. So it just goes to show how crazy Falcons has been on Purgatory. So if anything, I'd be quaking if I was one of the other teams. But okay, here's the thing. There is something we have to consider. If somehow, some way, someone gets rid of Falcons early, then we could be in for a match. But can anyone do that?
Hey, look, if AG can get a Booyah and still not make it into top 4 currently, just because of one bad game, anything is possible here in FFWS. It's the spring season. That's the exciting part. We got EWC around the corner to really unleash this fire for Southeast Asia. So it's time. Let's hop on into the Playing Survivors and check out this 5th map here. And you better get excited. None of these teams are looking for fun. They are looking to head to Purgatory to test their mettle.
Maybe challenge their swimming skills as well, because this can be a bit of a finicky map as well, because we also need to consider the dice roll that these teams need to make if we end up getting one of those river circles, which is very, very common, unfortunately, on Purgatory. So if you're on the wrong side of the river, I hope you have a launch pad, and I hope you have a safe spot to land, because you're going to be a flying duck as you're trying to make it across the water.
Ah, the flying duck. Well, let's see, because now again there are some habits that we have to keep in mind, and number one is whether who's going to take Moat House. The next is that left island of golf course Marbleworks. Usually 2 teams drop in there and only 1 comes out. However, by Central, it looks like AVD once again right at the doorstep of RRQ.
RRQ, yeah. RRQ, I don't think they're pretty happy about this, but look, if they're targeting them, obviously it is for a very good reason. So, Vida, they're going to be hiding behind the wall here, but actually, wait a minute, Dutz is actually looking to fight into this. They have the time turner deployed as well. Dutz is running forward. They're using these time turners. I think both teams have used theirs now. Pablo and Winter are down. Evita also losing Ansett as well. It's just Talon. They are about to lose it. And RRQ eliminate Evita right off the bat in our second last game of the day. Evita, what a crushing defeat.
Yeah, Evita, you can't get away with just 4 people with micro Uzis finding a lone survivor, taking them out, and turning into a 3v4. RRQ was very ready for this, and it was great actually that Dudes decided to make first contact rather than picking up that first gun. It really made Evita hesitate when they were just about to move out to look for a new spot.
Yeah, it's... Look, Evita made a very dangerous call. And it's worked for them quite a few rounds, but I guess at some point they were just gonna score unlucky one way or another, and it just seems like it was going to end up being game number 5. We do have Dew from AG. He does have a couple of glue walls to work with. Was hesitating when with Onyx driving by, but they're kind of going past, trying to scout things out here. UAV gonna be taken out as well. Dew trying to keep Onyx in the dark. But AG, do they really want to fight this early into Onyx? I don't feel like there's something that they have to do, but they're really adamant on trying to get one of these players. Oh, but Dew gets punished! Oh, the risk. The risk.
They just weren't communicating. They saw the initial jump, and now Barros is having to deal with a 1v3 scenario, and they lose their 2. But that's fine. AG always do this. They do the 2 and 2 early on in the round. If they lose their front 2, whatever. They're just going to go into the back. Wait until about ring 3. Ideally, get the full revive by then.
I mean, that's the dream, assuming you manage to pull off your complete plan. We see Diamond trying to get away from Shadow Esports here because he is all alone. He's got a teammate nearby, but they are a little bit far. We'll see what Diamond wants to do here. Just managed to throw down a little ice grenade there, do some chip damage onto both Rin and Scylla. Really trying to play with them here. It really looks like he's just trying to get into their heads, but unfortunately not able to drop any bodies. This is going to be a free point to Shadow Esports. Now for the Bass, unfortunately not going to be lucky. He thought he was going to be able to escape the danger after Diamond revealed himself, but it looks like we're going to be getting 2 points for Shadow Esports.
Honestly, Shadow Esports, they probably would have won this fight faster had they just attacked at the same time, because they had their sniper, the enemy sniper from Twisted Minds, pinned down. They just needed to deal with Diamond because they had a bit of a long-range crossfire. Oh, Rin nearly losing his head there. The Bass is putting up hella numbers here. He has been holding on to his own very well in the last Booyah that they won. Even he was top of the leaderboards when it came down to just raw damage on top of only second in knockdowns.
Yeah. Man, the Bass actually really handling the situation so well. Shadow Esports wanting to play it safe. They didn't want to go for the revive onto Silzy, so they unfortunately are going to lose their teammate in that regard. And look at this, the Bass is saying, I'm back for round 2. There's only 2 of you now. And look at this, they're even going to be bringing one of their teammates in. So we're going to be seeing a 2 versus 2 here, Gideon.
Oh,
Baron! Baron got caught!
Yeah, this is a sneaky call from the Bass. He didn't take his typical way. He's slowly creeping through the blue, and he knows he can do that, right? With the help of the team boosters. He has taken 0 damage from this ring, and he can keep on messing with these boys. Because he's got Exposy covering the sound of the steps because of how much noise he's making on the rooftops.
Oh, Exposy. He's trying to find something for the team. He's trying to see if he can get the angle there onto Rin. Oh no, the Bass and the jump actually getting caught there, unfortunately, on the side of Twisted Minds. And we have Diamond, but he's away from the team, leaving Exposy all on his own. Rin is there, and Rin knows that if he can get an angle, if Exposy tries to leave, it's going to leave him fairly open. to being sniped. Although we do have players coming back here. The Bat's going to be brought back there by Diamond. Rin is trying to get within range of Exposy, but the Rin don't rhythm. Oh, the team up on the side of Twisted Minds. They tag team and they manage to catch out Rin. All thanks to Diamond.
Good movements. Good crosshair placement coming in from Exposy. AVD after that one. They're taking out Longcon and putting Pablo back into the lineup. Diamond, alongside with Exposy, they can do whatever they want here. They've got the full revives, and again, the team boosters really really making these plays so efficient. No need for extra medkits, no need for extra EP as well. Now we see Evo shooting something out of the sky here.
Can't get the angle, unfortunately. Oh, get boo. Okay, there's the clip. They need a little bit more. They can't quite get it though. A little unfortunate there. We do have Rastia, unfortunately, on the rooftop here, going up against ACD, and he's in a really weird spot. His teammates aren't there with him. They're actually in a separate compound. Aleph is trying to shoot him down. Oh, but Rastia, he gets Aleph. All of a sudden, ACD going to be caught with their pants down, and well, I think now, if you're ACD, do you really want to commit to this? Because look at this, EVOS, they are finally coming in to provide that backup for Rastia, and they're going to be outnumbered very soon.
Yeah, Rastia also getting hit by the A1 here, but the rest of his teammates still have their active abilities ready to go. EVOS is just going to keep working their way onto ACD. It was weird because ACD, I thought it was EVOS who was shooting ACD out of the sky. Ends up it was Magna, so ACD just got the free walk up onto Rastia. Really hard to tell when you're looking up at the sky, but now they're calling the storm here, and Rastia is looking to hold this front line.
We're going to hold the front line, maybe get lucky with a couple of knocks here. He's got a really good window to play with, but he has to also be careful of Traps, who's on the side. But Aleph is going to be caught by Abax. The team has gone in without Rastia. They don't need him. They can just run in by themselves if they need to. Noki, unfortunately, is on the other side of that glue wall. He's just not really in the best spot to do anything. If anything, ACD, they're just a rock in a hard place right now. I don't really see them being able to escape. They're going to have to commit into a fight here, but unfortunately, in a standard team versus team situation, I'm actually expecting EVOS to walk out of this pretty freely.
This should be free for them, really. They don't even need these extra 2 eliminations. It's an inevitability unless, wait, this could be the miracle that ACD have been looking for. The UAV comes out, but do they notice Flash? And I'm guessing that's Aleph in the back who figured this out, that sees Flash, and that's why they're making the call to move backwards here, and I'm pretty sure the UAV is from EVOS. So now EVOS has to deal with Flash if they make contact.
Oh boy. Flash gonna hold the fort. They're gonna shoot down onto EVOS, and they reveal their position, and all of a sudden EVOS realize Flash are there, and they're gonna back out into a compound instead. They're gonna have to go for that pick up there onto Coachil. They want to have the numbers before they try and push into that safe zone, but look at Flash. They're not gonna give them the time of day. They want to rush in, and they want to finish them off right now. ABCD and Mukol gonna be leading the charge. Zom is there for the backup, and they also have the God coming in from the side. EVOS pinned into the corner, grouped up, and oh my gosh, the splash damage absolutely overwhelming. But AimGod was in position to go for the buybacks, already bringing back the team. I think only 2 players though. I did not see a third name.
I think, yeah, I did not see a third name as well. It looks like they were able to get it off the vending machine, or maybe the Pockmart. Not 100% sure whether, but regardless, not enough money, has to keep running from Corey's side. I will give it an ABC though. Great entry, amazing pick, and then amazing entry to really set up the pinch for the rest of them. Now we cut back to ACD. They were shooting at Magna earlier, and now it looks like they've caught the tail end of Magna again.
Yeah, so Getboo by himself hiding behind the glue wall, wasting time if he possibly can. I do believe they still have players. Yeah, they still have players in the running, so they will be able to bring Getboo back. It's only 9 minutes in, so there's still plenty of time for those buybacks to happen. Unless Magna's going to be picked off one by one. We see one on the screen here, right next to one of the ACD players. Aleph is going to be flying in. It's actually Drian on the side of Magna. And I see a couple of shots being thrown down as well, so the team has spotted him. Uh-oh, Magna, I hope you have more players left, because if you don't, it's game over.
Ooh,
they're still in the running.
Yeah. Okay, nice, very nice. Ooh, this is a dangerous fight. This is a dangerous fight, and Peta knows it. He's running. He knows what those cars are gonna do to him. He's trying to put some resistance back with the rest of his team. Hailing lead down the road, disabling both cars, and now ice nading, slowing them down. FGL is doing some good work, forcing Pina to move out of position as On Fire is trying to attract as many shots as possible. Unfortunately, that's going to be one knock there. Oh, can he pick it up in time? Nameless, so close. But unfortunately, the electrotherapy can't keep him alive. A 3v3 fight as we see RRQ getting involved halfway across from inside the ring looking out.
That was beautiful gatekeeping here by Falcons. The fact that they capitalized on this very tight bottleneck for AG. I mean, AG, they still have all 4 players, but they have to worry about ice grenades, regular grenades, Riptide Rhythms coming in from the side as well. Barrow's going to be hitting the ground yet again, but in the meantime, though, Dew in the back line has been caught out as well. RRQ contributing to the fight. AG Global crippled just by 2 teams and a bridge.
Vicious, vicious. Now the question is, does RRQ look to keep holding their space? I'm not sure what's ahead of them up north to see if they actually can leave, and it looks like they're just hovering around, so it looks like they have a compound. AG still, Sypha held hostage here, On Fire, keeping him in check.
Oh, Sypha, I do not see this man being able to move unless somehow, some way, RRQ suddenly engages into Falcons. But you can see Falcons, they are just so diligently guarding the bridge. And knowing where that circle is going to be, Sypha's going to have to move at some point. But how do you even move from this angle?
You don't. You just tank the blue for a little bit, jump into the water, and pray that RRQ saves you. That's kind of
RRQ saves you.
That's literally, he's literally depending on the kingdom right now. Wait, hold on. Okay. North side, EVOS, SE, and Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds look to be the first in the ring. SE have a compound, and EVOS are literally running out in the open. I'm not sure if the tail end of that last member of EVOS got caught by the UAV, but it seems like we cut back towards the western side, and there's even more action.
Oh, Flash going to be running into PE, and look at PE suffering as 2 players go down in this compound. They did go for a 2-2 split, so Lauho and Nolan can only watch as their teammates get very swiftly picked apart by Flash. And Lauho getting sniped there, unfortunately, and looks like we're going to be losing him. AG, in the meantime, on the other side of the map, also getting picked off.
How did ACB pick up the point for that? Wait, huh? What was the exposed angle there? I thought that back chalet only had like a tiny slit window like that's close to the roof. Huh. Surprising.
Magic.
That's magic. And now we see the next fight. Another squad has been eliminated, but SE might have to join him here. The boss trying to cut on through. Almost get that first pick, but Diamond is able to clean it up with the X1. Getting the headshot of his own, and they clean up SE. Spreading butter across hot toast. Easily done. Don't miss the corners as Flash now holding the space against EVOS. Both sides in their own camper vans trying to control the space.
Yeah, PE is here as well if they want to stick their nose into this business. But I think if you're Nolan, you just want to stay quiet. Stick around, make sure nobody spots you. Maybe you can come in for a couple of backstabs. Looks like ABAX, though, going to be the first casualty on the ground. EVOS just not happy with where they are. Unable to pick up Kochia, leaving just AimGod and Rasia as the final 2 survivors here for EVOS. And against a full roster from Team Flash, they're going to have to burn through so many glue walls if they want to stay here. We see a couple of grenades being thrown out, but there's nothing forcing Flash out of the compound. The blue zone is here. It's ready to go. EVOS, they're going to have to make a call here. You've got to go at some point, and if it's not now, then when?
They don't. They have the team boosters. They've got plenty of meds, and Flash on the opposite side, I don't think they have the same.
Go. Oh!
First launch, good block coming in for Rasha, and they hop out! Hey, that was sick!
Did they not go outside the zone? They went in different directions. They didn't fly in. They decided to go left and top. I am so confused, but we will see if this plan works out for EVOS. In the meantime, though, Flash are struggling with just ABCD being the last survivor for his team as they get absolutely ripped to shreds trying to get into the safe zone. We still see the 2 EVOS players on the map slowly making their way in. One of them about to intercept Twisted Minds, the other about to run into ACD. It's AimGod that's going to be able to drive by in a vehicle. In the meantime, though, Twisted Minds ripping through ACD from a distance.
Man, this last circle sucks. There's nothing to play with here. There's literally nothing to play with and no way to actually recover. Rasha is going to try his best in a 1v4.
No.
1v4? Yeah, 1v4. Diamond takes him out. This might be Twisted Mind's game, but we have to look at all the squads involved because the last remaining EVOS member is dealing with ACD, and currently, unironically, Onyx has a pretty damn good position.
Yeah, they have such a great position right next to that circle. So Twisted Minds, they're still here, going to try and flush out A, B, C, D. We still see Aim God playing outside of the blue zone. He's just going to try and survive at this point, but it's just getting too painful. Going to run in from the outer edge. Nobody's noticed him. Twisted Minds still occupied with A, C, D. And the Bass looking to finish things up, but it's just him up against two players. It's the Bass versus Traps and Fires, but a 2 versus 1 can possibly happen here. As long as the Bass plays this perfectly, Trap's gonna hit the floor. Fires is running. He doesn't want to fight at all.
Oh, he's looking for resources. He's trying to power through as much of the damage as possible. And if he just goes through loot box to loot box, he might be able to outsource his missing resources here. Ah, look at him! Still powering through, but finally hits the headshot with the BSS, and this should be it. Onyx should now start to look to take space on the opposite side to contest. You can see that RRQ again working. Oh, Exposing, very smart of him, but it looks like the grief wasn't executed perfectly. Couldn't get rid of the walls in time, and now Onyx still, they don't lose a single member for this. And RRQ, they just happen to not be looking. Good explosion, good nades, good ordinances. They even throw in the UAVs. Valiant dash to get behind Putra. Time Turner to buy a little bit of time as Goods needs to win out this 1v1, and he beats out Adam! 18 Deer now getting involved. Abe, this entire time, able to hold out. Putra has been holding great, but Crime has been covering his angle. Dudes and Abe work to push him off there. 18 Deer intercepts, they get him. 18 Deer is the next to go down as Putra now looking to get one back, but no! It's too late. Abe is good for 2! Oh my goodness, that is quite the mess.
Gotta celebrate with some of the powder. Oh my gosh. But congratulations to RRQ. They needed that motivational boost. Look at the table.
He has destroyed that side of the table. He was so hyped for it. You can see even 18 Deers laughing at him for it. He was so hyped.
Oh my gosh. But to be fair, it was a very hype ending for RRQ. They played that ending so well. Like, yeah, 18 Deer went down, but I feel like they perfectly had Onyx cornered. Onyx were basically stuck on the side of that hill. Yeah, they could have tried to play alongside the hill, but there were so many glue walls, creating so many bottlenecks, creating so many small areas where basically forcing both teams to engage in CQC. And between the two teams, if you're asking me to bet money on who does CQC better, I'm going for RRQ. Okay, Onyx, great team as well, but I feel like Onyx do better in maps where they have a little bit more control over where and when they can start the fight. Whereas in that position, it was really RRQ forcing their hand into Onyx.
No, that's a great way of putting it. There's one thing that really bugs me. It's the certain defensive protocols that we do see from some of these squads, right? Most notoriously Flash, and now even with Onyx, they'd like it as 3 people to not have a wide range of space, and when they start losing space, they actually centralize all of their people, all of their members into a little hole. Usually it's like, you know, you've 360'd yourself off with glue walls, but I don't think that's the right response anymore. Not in the current metagame. With sniper rifles being so deadly, there's too many times we just see a well-placed sniper rifle shot on top of a Riptide Rhythm get somebody behind a glue wall about 80% of the time. A lot of sniper shots have been connecting just because of that. On top of the fact that right now, that Riptide Rhythm, if you have it, that 360 ain't protecting you for anything. Even if you drop another glue wall on top of it, the Riptide is just gonna shred right through. So they've got to change that defensive protocol. They need to start thinking, hey, if we want to make sure that we have all our firepower concentrated, decide on the angle rather than the positioning of the player.
Yeah, I kind of want to point out as well, it was pretty interesting that final zone reminded me so much of the final zone as well in Kalahari. Like very open, really awkward, like very awkward place to fight because open map, road, you have some sparse cover every now and again. In this case, it wasn't compounds by the roadside, but it was more like trees, boulders. For some teams, they had the bridge to work with as well. Mostly cliff face, the side of the hill, natural cover. So yeah, teams had to get very, very creative with how they were going to really play around that particular area. So macro, again, really, really important because the more resources you have, the more glue walls, the more health kits you have, the better chance you're going to have if you just get these really awkward, very open circles. Now the thing is, are we going to get a third time's the charm? Possibly. It kind of depends on what this last map is going to be. And speaking of last map, it's random. So we don't even know what this map is until we do the map roll.
Yep. I think I would like to see another Bermuda again, just to see all the teams really get into the mix of like getting comfortable fighting early on. That way some of the defensive protocols that I haven't been liking hopefully get revealed that like maybe this isn't the way we should be doing it in a 3-squad scenario, you know? Like if it's a one squad on one squad clash squad style, sure, I get it. But even so, you gotta identify that a lot of people are picking up the Riptide rhythm, so those glue walls need a bit of work, need just a little bit of work.
Okay, if I was gonna pick the map, so you want Bermuda, right?
I want Bermuda personally.
So I think if I want to shake things up a little bit for the teams, I think I'd want Nextera.
Oh, Nextera! I was thinking that as well.
I think Nextera could really mess with some teams, yeah. Purgatory, yeah, Purgatory is kind of iffy, right? Because sometimes you get the river circle, sometimes you get those, we just saw the weird circle. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Nextera. I feel like Nextera, if we get that again, that would really shake things up with some of these teams. Because not everyone seems to be really happy with their performance on Nextera. I actually kind of felt like there were some teams that typically do well, they kind of underperformed on Nextera in this tournament.
I mean, to be fair, Nextera, a lot of teams were underperforming considering how top heavy it already was and how many like big teams we saw get eliminated pretty early on, which probably shouldn't have been the case. But even so, I think that if we do get Nextera again, that'd be very interesting. But these nades, man, I'm noticing a lot of launchers, right? I mean, RRQ notoriously always had one launcher, but AVD, especially with Long Kong, his loadout has incorporated it every single map.
Yeah, it's been on every single map. I mean, okay, why is that, do you think, Gideon? Like, why would you want to have it appear on every single map?
I don't know, but I hope we get an interview with Dutz just because of that, because he's one of the few guys who just like lands the nades, and we even saw it in the game highlights, him just taking out 4 dudes with just 1 nade. He could arguably play the launcher as well, but even Dutz sometimes doesn't run the launcher. So I don't have a direct way of giving you an answer to that, other than maybe this is like AVD's countermeasure to the meta. Like they've noticed people gathering, you know, hunkering down in buildings, closing themselves off. You get a launcher in there and you're getting major splash damage. You can't do everything. Maybe that's the answer.
Maybe. I mean, it probably helps that Dutz is always in a position where he would get the ideal shots in, right? Like he's always in your face. He's always in your face. He's always going to be there. You can't really get rid of him unless you kill him. So maybe that's the play for Dutz. I don't think we're going to get another interview though, because we already had a RRQ interview.
Darn.
Sad times, Gideon.
Yeah, unless they win this next game.
True. Which, hang on, at this point in time, who's leading the leaderboard? Is it still EVOS? No, wouldn't it be? Actually, no, it'll be RRQ.
It should be RRQ because EVOS is allowed out there. Yeah,
so RRQ is on the top of the leaderboard, yeah. I mean, we could get another RRQ interview if they want to do like a winner's interview, right? Just to get their perspective. 33 points though for RRQ. That's just outrageous.
21 eliminations.
Outrageous. Yeah, so many points. This is what EVOS wanted, right? That they wanted to be the team to get 33 points. They still got 8. We did talk about EVOS as well before the match started. That even if they got single-digit points, high single digits, I'm happy if I was EVOS's coach. Because they already got their main points in Kalahari. Now it's just to maintain. But EVOS, it's been a tough road for this team. They can't let up.
Look, I think that EVOS now there is a lot less pressure compared to like, if we don't do well today, there's nothing we can do tomorrow. Now it's like we can do something tomorrow already, but how much work do we have to put in is what we're trying to invest in right now in map number 6. In game 6, we don't know the map just yet, but looking at the scoreboard, right, Twisted Minds, honestly, I really thought Twisted Minds was going to get a little bit more points here in game number 5 to try and keep up with RRQ, but it seems that now the gap has started to set itself up, right? The top 4 compared to everybody else, and ACD is part of that top 4. The other team that has surprised me on and off performances, Shadow Esports. Sometimes they're just like, they're killers. Other times they can't make a decision. That's what I'm noticing.
Yeah. I kind of want to point out as well. I was just checking our predictions. Our predictions are out the window, Gideon. We did a terrible job today.
It's a tough one. It's tough. We got two out of the 3 to a certain degree, but
no, technically I think I got 1 because Falcons dropped pretty far. Actually, they're like halfway. So I only got Twisted Minds at this point. It's okay. Maybe something changes in this last map. But main leaderboard though, Gideon. Okay, we are seeing again the climb. EVOS 1 place away from hopping into top 12, but they have not made their job easy because if they want to make it into that 12th spot, if they want to end the day in 12th, 20 points. That's asking for a booyah. And if it's not asking for a booyah, you've got to come in like 2nd or 3rd with 15 eliminations. Is it 15 enough? No. Oh no, 15 should be enough. Yeah, 15 eliminations and either 2nd or 3rd place. Here's the map selection though. Am I going to get next Terra or is it going to be your Bermuda?
Let's find out.
Let's
find out. I'm hoping for the Bermuda here, but our map selector has known to be a cruel host. Let's unleash the fire here. Give us the answer of our map for our very final game of today.
Oh, we're running it back on Bermuda. Good job, Gideon.
Thank you. Bermuda once again to be played one more time. The last time we were here, Twisted Minds were able to net the win, but that was a good amount of time ago, 2 hours in fact ago. Maybe they still got some heat.
Yeah, maybe. I'd be a bit worried about some of these teams maybe feeling a little bit tired now because this is the last game. Endurance is going to be a factor for some of these teams, especially any team that has been playing at 110% today. Because there are definitely some squads I feel that are overperforming today because they're just really trying to solidify their place on our top 12 leaderboard. We do have Flash on the screen at the moment. They're just kind of waiting for the game to get started. They look pretty good. I mean, they're kind of quiet though, so I kind of wonder what they're thinking at the moment, getting ready to jump into this next game.
They're probably thinking
Esports here.
They're probably like PE and as well as Flash. I feel like if you're in PE's position, it's just like, guys, we're sucking right now. We are taking belt to just bare bone butt. There's nothing we can do about that. We have to go back and really just work on the fundamentals. Flash, however, are making all the right choices, executing it well, but when it comes down to the most crucial decision in the game from mid to late, that's where the fumbling actually occurs. Because they're winning out like a good majority of their fights. Their mid game is impeccable. It's just that mid to late, which is one bad decision away from netting themselves a booyah every single time.
Yep. And we also have our top 3 for Bermuda as well. And it's going to be teams from these 2 groups. Sitting in first place, we have Flash with 38 eliminations and 71 points. Then we have Twisted Minds with 35 eliminations, 61 points. And then finally AG with 32 eliminations and 58 points. So we have our top 3 runners in these groups. It's going to be extremely competitive. But at the same time, I don't think it's going to be our top performers to take Bermuda because I think realistically speaking, anybody can take Bermuda. It is such a finicky map at times. It also depends on where that blue zone ends, whether it's going to be favoring teams that like to play out more in the open, or if it's going to be favoring teams that actually get to play within some kind of very compound heavy area, which is very possible. Like, I think Bermuda, again, I mean, it's the map for Free Fire, the original map. I feel like it's such a balanced map. Because anything goes, you have so much to work with that you can't really say like, oh, I ran out of space, or the map is too big, the map is too small. No, I just think the map is just so balanced that everybody at this point can play it.
I completely agree with you with that. This map has been very good because no matter where those circles land, usually there's a good variance. A very good variance of the terrain and the types of elevations that you get to play with on top of the cover, like you mentioned. But I think the one thing about Bermuda, as default as it is, we've seen that a lot of these teams tend to struggle when it's like a big variance of the poll, whether it's like, oh, southern side circle, next thing northern side poll, like something crazy like that could really influence the game. And we've only seen 2 of those big circle polls throughout today. We'll see whether or not that's going to be the case here, because we've already seen it once, and I think this is the perfect time to reintroduce our map, of course, because everybody loves it. It's the default, highest variance, the highest amount of action we've had today to unleash the fire. We are once again revisiting Bermuda.
Welcome back to Bermuda, folks. I'm trying to recall earlier today, did we see a hot drop? I think right off the bat, Avita's going to play it safe this time. Because, I mean, you've been keeping up with it too, Gideon. Avita has been hot dropping teams left, right, and center today. And I feel like for this last map, they just decided, I think we stop. Yeah. Especially after the disaster that kind of happened in that previous map. So no hot drops over there.
Oh, actually,
could we see anything? Oh, PE? PE Onyx?
PE Onyx is going to be, they're going to fight again, but I think that PE, yeah, they're going to Mars, they're landing on the outskirts, running to Mars Electrical, and if there's a bit of resistance coming in from Onyx, they know that they're going to be underlooted. So at this point, it's better just to walk off on each other. AVD had a bit of a wider spread compared to last time. I think back on Bermuda, they also didn't hot drop somebody, and they landed in the exact same spot. What caught them out was a mid-game rotation, which forced them to reset. So I don't know if that was the major problem of their previous game, but we'll find out now. Well, a little strange there. Okay, the god still able to break the physics of the game, but that's fine. Bullseye being controlled by Evos here, and yeah, pretty peaceful.
Pretty peaceful. I mean, it's probably the best way to end the day. Just have everyone sort of start off with maximum inventory, or at least the best you can kind of get as the game does kind of kick off here. So yeah, I guess we're relaxing a little bit, folks. Okay, so just if you need to grab any snacks, go to the toilet, do so now, because I'm pretty sure within the next 2 to 3 minutes we will start seeing these teams run into each other, and we're going to start seeing some of those really big team battles.
Yeah,
but right now, Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds are just gonna hang out at Mill. Yeah, so alright guys, we don't see anybody, we don't hear anybody, we're good, unless Avita decides they want to run into Twisted Minds. I think they know that they're there.
Oh my god,
are they sure? Are they sure?
Twisted Minds have no idea about Avita. Avita, 100% confident they know. Are they not going to punish them off of the launch pad? No, they're just going to let them through? Alright, no. That's fine.
Okay, I think if I was them, I would try to punish the last person on the launch pad. The only problem is nobody went down. And Exposy took like 1 bullet. So I don't think it... Yeah, so I don't think Avita was actually well equipped to actually take that fight, so...
Ah, Sag.
Oh, Putra!
He's still holding. He's still holding. Doubles up on the wall. Quickly walks on back. He needs a little bit of help. Somebody needs to shoot back, show some presence. Ah, there we go. Now Traps can't just immediately get free shots on Putra. Thank God.
Oh, that was a big snipe there onto Fies from on the side of ACD. Getting punished there by Onyx. Adam coming in clutch, they're removing the threat, and all of a sudden they're feeling more confident. Adam, they're going to hit the deck. Putra going to be running in there with his teammate as well. Aleph jumping around, but wait a minute, Onyx, what is going on?
Oh my god.
That went
no! Turn away, crime! No! No, it's too late. He gets caught out by PE, and that's on. Dude, I can't. You literally said it perfectly. Oh, he's feeling confident. What shows you more confidence when you and your boy in a super sports car drive through in the middle of a battlefield? Oh my god.
Disaster struck. Disaster's also striking Evos as well. Racia's on the ground. Aim God's taken a little bit of damage here and there. Oh boy, if you're an Evos fan, you do not want them fighting in Twisted Minds. You want them to avoid this fight at all costs. But the thing is, can Evos somehow split away from Twisted Minds? Because we've seen in the past, Twisted Minds, they like to stick to their prey. They like to stick to their targets. But I think this time, a bit more respect from Twisted Minds, okay? Twisted Minds not going to blindly chase after every team that they have their sights on. So, Evos get to live for another day.
Yep. All this for Bimasakti Strip. That's all they wanted. Now, Pochinok is going to be it's a lot of compounds, a lot of teams ending up there if it happens to be a central circle. But for now, AG sticking to the game plan, right? Very similar game plan to what ACD have been doing. Except with the only difference of ACD not showing much presence in the earlier stages of the game and AG actively liking to grief other squads around them.
Alright, ACD about to run into PE Sports. If I'm PE Sports, I'd be really worried here because ACD have been doing really well today, securing a lot of points. And now Ho already sniped by Fies. Oh my gosh, ACD already on a roll and already setting themselves up with a numbers advantage going into PE Sports. PE trying to escape again, only on foot though. None of them have vehicles, and Aleph and Co, they're even going to launch themselves forward. They want these eliminations. The Malaysians are bloodthirsty today.
Yeah, because they know that it's only 2 people so far. They're not sure where the third is, but does it really matter? They've already basically guaranteed this fight unless... That's Loki getting knocked down here. They go for the revive. Nolan also getting knocked out as well. And AG starting to get involved. Now Traps has been communicating to their front line that Sypha actually has been running it down, allowing the members of ACD to reposition for another engagement against AG. And this might just be it. The UAV has been thrown out first. They've already summoned the storm on their side, on the opposite end. And AG just taking their time with this.
Look, I think they do need to take their time. We have seen AG get punished if they try and go a little bit too heavy-handed into this. Aleph in the front lines, they will be able to catch him out thanks to Cypher. And this is going to blow the doors wide open for AG to just run it through ACD. In the meantime, PE Sports eliminated on the other side of the map, leaving us with 9 teams left in our final game of the day. And Traps will be finished off here, pushing AG up to 3 eliminations 6 minutes into the game.
All things considered, not so bad. ACD, they don't mind losing Traps. They will be able to reposition here. I made a bad call in calling the storm. It was actually just a regular UAV. For the most part, we now look down towards the southern side where EVOS now slowly lingers very close to Twisted Minds. Now, on the opposite end, we did see the last couple of remaining members of ACD on that northern front, but cut back over here. Oh, Flash still controlling the area. Good binocular usage as they spot out SE in the middle of their rotation, but it's not anywhere crazy. It's the first ring. They can choose not to fight this if they want to, but they're running a Morse. They're looking for a pick.
Okay, let's see if it's going to pay off here for Flash. It's quite risky, but I mean, Flash, they're more than willing to take risks if needed. Oh, Shadow Esports waiting on the other side. Got beautiful stop by God. He stopped at the perfect timing. He did not have to go to the very end. He would have been completely ambushed. So there's the first snipe already, securing Juan, cutting Shadow Esports down a single player. And actually, surprise move here for Flash. I thought they would have gone for the full commitment, but they're actually going to slowly go down the hill at an angle so they don't run directly into Shadow Esports.
They want to make sure that their left side, everybody can respond to the left side. The right side, they can respond to multiple elevations here. Now Falcons gonna go into the blue to start looking and hunting for the members of their kill contract here onto ACD. And Noki first to go down.
Well, Noki first one to go down. We have Traps. Limits waiting to see if he can get a good angle, but Traps is not there. He's not really in a position where he's going to get sniped unless, oh, a little bit too early there, unfortunately. So Traps going to be okay. Pina, in the meantime, though, wants a piece of this. He's thinking about launching himself, but the angle's kind of awkward. We're going to pivot over to RRQ and AG as these two teams are within range of each other. AG trying to escape. Riptide Rhythm being deployed as well. Cypher and Barras both hit the ground. Nameless next one to follow. And AG get torn to shreds by RRQ.
I'm sorry, is Dudes just a one-man army today? Like, sometimes his nades just whiff, other times he is just landing god nades, right? It just never changes with this poor guy. And he's just gonna launch it. Oh yeah, nice glue wall. Goodbye. Pushes right through him. Dude, Dudes is playing really great today.
No, Dudes is playing fantastic. There goes AG Global, so we're now down to 8 teams in the lobby, and this was the game that I was kind of asking for earlier on today, Gideon. The smaller lobbies coming into the circle, and we're almost there. We're up to 8 teams now, just 2 more need to be eliminated. Totally not jinxing this, but so far, looking at how this game is going, not very top-heavy, right? Like, yes, okay, ACD has 6 eliminations, but it's not a huge gap. EVOS in the meantime, though, fighting into Twisted Minds. They have Rasia on the ground. We still have Aim God, but by himself against a whole Twisted Minds roster? No, thank you. And that's going to be it for EVOS. 8th place with only 4 eliminations to their name.
Oh, that's frustrating. That's frustrating. The Bats just didn't respond fast enough. They end up losing a member for no reason. They can go for the revive, but right now the POI could inevitably lead up to another knockdown. AVD has been mirroring Twisted Minds and trading shots against them pretty proactively throughout the game, but now, here by Clock Tower, AVD have the better position, and unfortunately for Twisted Minds, they are going to be the ones who have to play around this solid foundation.
Oh, Twisted Minds, just gotta be careful. I swear Evita is such a scary dark horse because you don't know what they're thinking half the time. It's either they're hot dropping people or they're running into practically everybody searching for those eliminations. Just looking at where they are on the leaderboard at the moment, they don't have any eliminations to their name, but I kind of feel like this team is going to amp up in the next minute or so because they have just been biding their time. Twisted Minds are going to group up in the vehicle and they're all going to go for a short expedition to the other side, which looks a little more clear, but it does put them within range of RRQ.
Yeah. Question, when was the last time you saw an end zone across Rimnam Village?
Almost never.
Yeah, but this one is pretty close, right? Like, this is on one of the few islands that this goddamn map actually provides. Very close to areas which shouldn't be an endgame ring, but that's fine because of the coding. And now they're chasing the last member of SE here. Rin.
He's just landed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they had another member on the outside. Was it Rin or is this the revive?
Oh, he's hiding behind the crate. He's hiding behind the drop. They don't know where he is. So he does have a minute. He does have a minute to recover. But it's the question of whether Flash decide to go take the loot themselves or not, because they're busy trying to hide in the compound. I guess they're worried about RRQ and Falcons possibly taking them out. Here we go. ABCD's coming. Zom's coming as well. Rin throws the blue wall, reveals himself, and just gets one tapped. Not even given a chance to play. Yeah. I was hoping to get a sneaky one tap before he goes down, but just a bit too slow.
It's hard. Right now, a lot of the snipers are playing out of their minds, right? Everybody's been hitting some pretty insanely accurate shots overall throughout the day. No surprises that another one connects so far. But this final ring, man, this is hard to play because this island's elevation is awkward, right? It's like about I would say about a third of it is on the high ground, 2/3 of it, another third of it is just slopes, and then the last third is the beaches, right? So having the highest ground is great, but you have to defend from every single angle. If you choose to play on the slope, you only have a primary position on one angle, and then your backs are just wide out in the open.
All right, so let's see where everyone is at the moment. So we have Twisted Minds right next to Falcons, although Falcons have a compound. The Twisted Minds are going to have to go for a naked run out in the open using glue walls and any broken down vehicles, which they do manage to find one. The Bass, though, holding back, actually. Interesting decision to go for the heal there. Maybe just a bit scared if he revealed himself he was going to be sniped down. But Twisted Minds, I don't know how they did it. They've leapfrogged their way into a safer position. They're not quite where they want to be yet, but the fact that nobody's been sniped down, it's a miracle.
Ooh, nearly landing the headshot there. RRQ, such a good spot. I think that Twisted Minds in that current position was just thinking like, you know what? If we have the Bass heal out inside the blue, it stops Falcons from actually going forward and initiating an all-in from their position. Obviously, it would have to happen very early on within the round because the blue is now going to start closing in just 4 more seconds. I think that might have been the major idea. For now, this northern side with Twisted Minds, AVD, as well as SE literally at each other's throats.
Can we also talk about the fact that this circle is so awkward for everybody? Twisted Minds have to run a marathon. Avita has to run a marathon as well. RRQ is sitting pretty on the king's throne because they really don't have to move, and they have the high ground as well. Launchpad's going to be used by Twisted Minds. They're going to fly right into RRQ, right under the compound, and because of the angle that they picked, they're able to safely make their way in.
Wow, they didn't lose a single member for that? Like, did Flash not have an angle? AVD was probably taking too much, and now the all-in by Twisted Minds into RRQ. They've already found 2 who lost half his HP in the Bass, getting hit by a fat shotgun to the face. 18 gear comes out huge, but dudes and that launcher, just so much chip damage.
So much chip damage. They didn't even give Twisted Minds a chance to play the game. So we're now down to our top 6 teams here, Gideon. Falcons trying to flush out ACD on the southern side of the map. Bunch of grenades, We're seeing Riptide Rhythms being thrown out as well. Ice Grenades too. ACD trying to keep Falcons at bay. Not here though. Has been thrown into the outer edge of that blue zone. Aleph though is going to be able to heal up. We have Peanut rushing forward to run into traps. Gets the one tap though. That's huge. Aleph though trying to frontline for his team, but taking so much damage from the blue zone. He can't get the connections. Flies too late with the dash. Goes down too.
Now they keep on going. ACD finally getting eliminated there at the very end, but Dudes finds that connection, and Abe as well. On the Falcons, ACD out in 5th, and RRQ in prime position to win the entire thing. But it's about damage. They only know where the Falcons are going to be. They can get position off of this, but what about Flash? What about AVD? Looks like AVD already out here. Falcons, Flash, and RRQ are top 3 currently battling it out. Dude's already down on his knees. Keroro ends up getting knocked. Peanut finally down, and RRQ at full fighting strength just needs to get Dudes back up to speed, and now Maal taking so many shots at Flash, keeping them at bay.
I'm going to throw this as well. We're sitting at 16 eliminations for RRQ, so getting these 4 would mean that's going to bump them up to 20 eliminations if they grab that Booyah. It's not to say that this is guaranteed yet. We're going to have to see where this next circle is going to be, because technically speaking, both RRQ and Flash are within that circle. We just need to see what's going to happen after this. If it's going to force RRQ to move, and actually you can see this RRQ preemptively choosing to move themselves. They decided they don't want to wait. They don't want to give the Flash a chance to potentially be the ones in an advantageous position. So here we go, starting off with Abai Gideon.
Yep, they want to get in here. They want to limit the positions as well. Valley Dash is good, cracking through a majority of the defenses. Like, oh, he finds one! The God hits the second, and the Zob takes out 18 Deer. Dudes finds one back into Mekong. Now, 2v3. Needs to be played slow. Dudes, he's got an AWM. Every single shot counts. He gets knocked regardless. The God hitting every single shot after he upgraded himself from the car to the AWM. He gets it. Flash, after such deep thought, find the winning play on the very last game.
And I really think it came down to the fact that once they broke through the initial front line from RRQ, RRQ looked fantastic, right? It looked fantastic until they had that initial drop. As soon as that happened, I actually think RRQ lost a lot of their control in the fight, and really, Flash were just able to kind of sit back and do whatever they wanted. Maal had a really tough time in that fight, because we have to be very realistic with this late game. The number of glue walls that were thrown out, Maal's contribution was very, very minimal. Like, he just wasn't able to get the headshots. He wasn't able to do the chip damage. He really relied on his front line to be able to flush Flash out. I kind of wonder if things could have been different if we didn't see RRQ get hasty and try to flush Team Flash into that fight.
It's tough to say. I think that no matter what, it's hard to make a bad choice in that scenario. And I think that for RRQ especially, taking the space away from Flash was probably a pretty good idea, because naturally, as I was looking out throughout the terrain, it felt like it was a net neutral no matter where you went, right? And the position that RRQ was giving them the most advantage, because at least they had some form of trees to play with. The only compromise is the perfect height that Maal was to look at the entire circle at that point in time. So once they switch from top of the building to peak of the hill, it doesn't, yes, you still see the same angles, but it just means that you're slightly more exposed from the waist up.
Yeah. Oh man, I feel bad for RRQ. It would have been so good for the team to get that final Booyah, because again, very good for the motivation, and also I guess for the RRQ fans that may have doubted RRQ for last week. You know, they still look great. Okay, they still look great. I think they went down with 16, 17 eliminations maybe. I don't know if they got the elimination on one of the Flash players, but they got a lot of points for that round. So RRQ looking fantastic. But Flash, they just played it better. I'm actually really glad Flash played it slowly. Like, they didn't need to run into RRQ. They were actually waiting to see what the next move was going to be. And the fact that RRQ was the one to make that first decision for them, there was quite a lot of distance between the two teams. It actually gave them enough time, I feel, to formulate a plan to say, like, okay, we're going to stay grouped up together. We're going to use our glue walls. We're going to try and bottleneck them. We're going to try and cut them off. And I think once they realized only 3 players from RRQ was coming in the initial rush, then it just made sense for them to throw down all those walls because they're also blocking Ma'al. Ma'al's contribution, like I said, was quite minimal, unfortunately, because of all the walls. His Riptide Rhythm, if anything, was probably the most contribution he provided to the team. But outside of that, yeah, Ma'al just had a really, really tough late game, just with how Flash kind of approached it. So, yeah, well done to Flash. Flash, fantastic endgame.
I'm thinking back on that scenario. The Riptide Rhythm was used pretty early. It was Riptide Rhythm, then Valiant Dash coming in from Abe. So I can only assume that the Riptide Rhythm was to open up just enough space so that Abe can close the distance and take out a chunk of the glue walls. But after those two abilities are gone, every other glue wall is basically double the value from that point. So yeah, at the end, Flash still playing it as good as they possibly can, and the majority of the Booyah still leaning into Bermuda. We need to see them actually find success on some of these other maps, but for now, very happy for them with these wins. And that's 3 Booyahs already achieved here on Bermuda by Flash?
Hey, take all the Booyahs. I'm not complaining. Are you complaining? I take all the Booyahs, Gideon, okay? We don't complain about grabbing Booyahs on a single map. If you specialize on a map and that's where you got all your points from, you earned it. You earned it.
You've put too much time to say no, I don't deserve
that.
Yes,
exactly. We don't do donations in a competition, okay? You take everything. You can get a little greedy. All right, so we do have our highlights ready here, folks. So let's just have a quick look at how things kind of panned out in our last game of the day. Yes, this was game number 6 on Bermuda. Our MVP of the match is going to be the God from Team Flash with 5 eliminations and 2,883 damage. Flash weren't really, I guess, like the major aggressors in the late game. I mean, you can kind of see here, right? Like already at that second circle, they were only really sitting on 2 eliminations. They were playing a very quiet game. And I think why they did that is that they wanted to guarantee their placements first. They wanted to guarantee placements. They wanted to say, okay, let's try and make top 4. Once we've made top 4, then from there, we can figure out what we want to do. If we have to be the ones to take that first step forward, or if we can play passive and let our opponents decide that for us, which RRQ did, and Flash was able to grab that Booyah.
Yeah, and it's extremely interesting the way that they're doing it as well, because this is one of the few times where you see that Flash is like proactively making decisions rather than saying we found the God spot, we're gonna sit here and hunker down until the very end. And even their lineup, right? The fact that they're running the Morse on the God, his first shot rating has been great, and I think this is why the God has been getting away with basically everything he's done today, because of these off angles. He lands that first shot, and the Zom follows up pretty quickly on it.
Yeah. Flash. Teach us our secrets. I'm pretty sure someone's probably sending them an email. Hello, you do too well on Bermuda. Can you tell us your secrets of why you're grabbing all the Booyahs on the map?
Knowing how Flash is like, sometimes they're probably like, we got the God. I don't know what else you need. Like, look at him.
Okay, so just poach the players. Like,
yeah.
All right, see how it is. All right, we're gonna start poaching players. Oh,
2.8k damage is a lot of damage to provide, but 5 eliminations on top of the 5 knockdowns as well. It's usually like somebody gets the elimination, somebody else gets the knockdowns, and the damage is like, you know, randomly distributed onto people. But the God really has been quite the standout performer alongside with the Zom. Their duo in particular has cut down some of the biggest staples that we've seen so far in the Free Fire space. And if Flash want to continue it, they know that ABCD can crack open. They just need that support, right? To keep ABCD alive long enough that isn't the Zom, so that they have a dedicated 2-2 split.
Yep. All right, so just a quick rundown for our final map of the game, final map of the day as well. RRQ sitting pretty in top place here because they actually were able to outscore our Booyah team with eliminations. 16 eliminations on top of 9 placement points. So RRQ Kazu 1 point ahead of our Booyah team, Team Flash, who is in second place. They still got 12 eliminations, so it's not to say that this was a very passive Booyah for Team Flash. They actually did a very good job in being very proactive, especially coming into the late game. Team Falcons, though, they might have fallen off a little bit for today, but ending the day in 3rd place, I think I'd be pretty happy with them as well. Anyone can dream. They have been having a dream day for their first play day this week, just constantly sitting at the top of the bracket. I don't know if they've been able to sit in like top 5, top 6 all day. It almost feels like it. Like this team is just always here.
They've been hovering around, right? They're lingering, which is exciting to see, because it's like, all right, if they can just keep on lingering within top 5, that'd be nice, you know? Let's see how long they can keep it up for. Usually their first days of the weeks are like pretty great, and then afterwards it's people adapt really quick. So we'll see whether or not they can maintain that. But for now, with today's standings, RRQ successfully takes the big booyahs, 122 points to finish off the day, with Twisted Minds behind them at 95.
Yeah, and also I kind of want to point out for RRQ, they have huge placement points today. Like the gap between Twisted Minds and RRQ in terms of placement points is huge. Eliminations, the gap is a little bit smaller, but it just goes to show consistent performance, especially on a play day like this, can really boost you up in the level department. But we're all waiting for the overall standings, and keep in mind, okay folks, teams in Group A have not played, so if your team in Group A is looking a little bit low, it's because they don't have any points on the board. It's only teams in Group B and C that are getting points for today, so don't panic yet again. But we are starting to see some growth here, because hello, we have EVOS still sitting in 13th place here. They're still trying to make that climb, but they do have another play day to go. But this journey for EVOS has been crazy. They had to score 80 points just to push themselves up from 18th to 13th, Gideon.
Yep, it's gonna be a lot of work on their final play day, because I'm looking at the teams that are close to them, all of them of which in Group B. Gao's in Group B. Gao's in Group A. Gao's in Group A. They also have Buriram to worry about. Vitality extra close to them. WAG too. All of these teams, man. But of course, we got to give it up for the team of the day. RRQ. They came in. They played the first 3 maps. They found that initial booyah. I was thinking, hey, they're actually kind of playing kind of good. I wonder if they're gonna go above and beyond. And today they were like, yes, this is where we're gonna go above and beyond.
Look, if you're going to go above and beyond, just pick a play day, let it happen, and bathe in that glory. But the thing is RRQ really back? Because I do think last week RRQ did look a little shaky in some of their matches, where it kind of made me think like, oh, is this the RRQ that we all know and love? And definitely for today, like 100%, RRQ is back. But when we throw them into the other grouping, can they maintain this performance? Because we've spoken about this, I think, in the past. Sometimes groupings can really show certain teams' best features. So for example, in this case, maybe RRQ thrives in this grouping because it complements their play style, but then maybe they throw them in the other group, they suffer because everyone plays the opposite style that they are not very comfortable with. Now, speaking of RRQ, we do have an interview with them, so let's see what they have to say after being our MVP team.
All right. Thank you so much, Caster Survivor. I'm so happy to be here today because finally we got our very first Team of the Day interview. Congratulations to RRQ for securing 122 points today. Now I'm here with Dudes. Hello, Dudes. How's it going? Apa kabar? Alhamdulillah, lega ya. Kelihatannya sih agak lebih lega dan plong setelah berhasil jadi Team of the Day. You look very happy. You look relieved to finally secure the first ever Team of the Day for an Indonesian team. How does it feel to be the first? Gimana rasanya jadi tim pertama yang ngamanin Team of the Day?
Rasanya ya? Ya rasanya sih nggak ada sih. Kayak udah ekspektasi aja. Karena kan di week 1 kita main jelek kan. Cuma kayak coba gameplay baru aja. Cuma kan nggak works ya. Jadi di week 2 kita coba perbaiki aja.
So obviously they were just trying their best because week 1 wasn't very successful for RRQ. They just tried to do a lot of resets, a lot of, fixing, and yeah, it's finally working. They finally secured the very first Team of the Day. Oke, kalau begitu pertanyaan berikutnya nih. Tadi aku udah sering ngobrol-ngobrol juga sama Dir akhirnya dimainkan di pekan yang kedua. Menurut kamu sesignifikan apa sih impact dari munculnya Dir di dalam lineup kalian? How do you think the impact that Dir has now that he is on the lineup today?
Seberapa impact ya?
Yes.
Sebenarnya impactnya sama aja sih. Cuma beda gameplay cara kita main aja. Tergantung kita mau kayak gimana. Cuma datangnya Dir mungkin karena kita udah lama sama dia jadi lebih rapi lah mainnya.
Lebih sync gitu jadinya
Yeah.
ya. Okay, so dudes think that the impact that Deer has is pretty much the same as the other team members, but it's just a different gameplay that RRQ is trying to do this week, particularly today. And yeah, since Deer is a long-time member, it's so much easier to be in sync with their other than the other names that RRQ currently has last week. So yeah, it's showing that RRQ is actually improving and getting more points each day. Terakhir nih, tadi kan berarti kamu udah ketemu sama grup A, udah ketemu sama grup C juga, hari ini berhadapan sama grup B. Menurut kamu pesaing terberat itu sebenarnya ada di grup mana sih? Which group do you think would be the hardest for RRQ to beat? Is it the group A or group C?
Kalau grup buat season sekarang kayaknya nggak terlalu ada yang gimana-gimana. Kayaknya semua terbagi rata lah. Di grup manapun sama-sama ada yang jagonya.
Oh, so dudes think that the competition is pretty much equal in each group, whether it's A or C. So yeah, they're just trying to do their best and hopefully the results will be as positive as we hope it would. Oke, terakhir deh kalau gitu sekarang setelah menjadi Team of the Day, apa yang mau disampaikan sama fans dari RRQ yang udah nunggu banget sebenarnya kalian secure posisi ini dari pekan kemarin. What would you like to say to the fans of RRQ now that you guys have successfully secured Team of the Day?
Ya buat Kingdom, thank you lah udah dukung kita terus ya. Semoga kita besok bisa dapat lebih bagus lagi.
Amin. Okay, so thank you so much for supporting us, Kingdom. Hopefully we can do a better tomorrow. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for having this interview, dudes. Congratulations once again. Dan sekarang kita bakal balik lagi ke teman-teman caster nih ya, Survivors. We're gonna go back to the casters. Take it away, guys.
Interesting words. I mean, we would like a little bit more information, of course, but the one we got was that apparently 18 Deer is the most comfortable person to bring the sync together. I would have imagined it was Ma'al, but after that incident with the finger powder, I think, Dutz was the one who had to clean it up, and it's just like, nah, you lose social points, sir.
You lose social points because like you're in charge of dishes tonight. I could absolutely see that happening. But no, seriously, RRQ, very, very fun team. I like their interviews. I love how they keep it casual, but also very enlightening if we do get some of those more technical questions, especially if it's like, why do you do this during these situations? Because we get the top-down view, we get the God's eye view, and I feel like because we have so much information, the players see the game vastly different to us, right? They don't have access to the same level of vision as us, as casters, as spectators. And so their thought process is going to be much different compared to ours. So it's very interesting seeing the interview. But Gideon, we are done for today, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like we're done for today. It's been a very good day. Of course, I'm excited to see what the rest of this week is going to look like because this is only just a prelude to much, much more.
Yeah, we've still got 2 more play days to go and everyone is still fighting for those points. But to all of our viewers at home, thank you so much for watching today's broadcast. We hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to come back tomorrow and Sunday at the exact same time because we still have 2 more play days because we have 3 groups that are still trying to scrape those points. So make sure you're there tomorrow to catch all of those games. But my name is Danielle, he is Gideon. We've been your casters for today. We'll catch you in the next set of games for Free Fire. See you tomorrow.